The A's are rolling. Winners of 8 straight, the Green and Gold look like a team that hasn't lost a step after an impressive second-half surge last season, reaching the postseason for the first time since 2006. Unfortunately, the Athletics ran into a talented Detroit Tiger team in round 1. As always, the A's gave it their all, only to come up short in the final game. Tonight, the Tigers return to the Coliseum, and the A's would love to make a statement and seek a little payback from last season. Should be a good weekend of baseball. A's, Tigers, next. It is Authentic Fan Friday at the Coliseum, and it should be the start of a terrific weekend of baseball. Bartolo Colon and the Athletics taking on Miguel Cabrera and the Detroit Tigers. Remember these two meeting last year? That's right, it was the postseason. Can't forget that. It's the Tigers and the A's. Game 1 coming up on Comcast Sportsnet, California. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. We always love getting back home, but boy, it was nice on the road, wasn't it, Ray? The A's played terrific baseball. They went 6-0, and the story really revolves around their hitting. They just banged the ball all over the ballpark.
You know, they were taking walks also, but they're doing everything. And I think one of the things, the power, the home runs that they've been hitting, 18, and they have been showing long ball. How about this guy, Coco Crisp? 4 consecutive games he homered. Many would think middle part of the batting order, but Coco leading off has a lot of power. And then you get into the power part. Jed Lowry has done a tremendous job from both sides of the plate doing that in Houston. Brandon Moss just hurt unbelievably the Angels down in Anaheim with his power display. And we know what Yoenis Cespedes can do. He can drive it as far as anybody, as he did in the rock pile in Anaheim. But the power is there, the pitching, it's a complete club right now. And they have to do what they did in Anaheim against a very tough Tigers club.
Well, it's going to be fun this weekend because the A's offense is hot, and they're going to face a very good pitching staff. Tonight, it's Max Scherzer, and he is a straight power pitcher. He wants to strike you out every time.
That's the amazing thing. A great point, because he does strike out so many hitters. We'll talk about it as the game goes, but he has the power pitch. He also has a dominating slider against the right-handers that he will throw almost to the point he doesn't want to throw a strike. He is one of a lot of very good starting pitchers on this Tiger staff.
So it'll be Scherzer tonight, Verlander tomorrow. That's the challenge for the Athletics. Bartolo Colon is going to take them on tonight for the Athletics. And tonight, a big night for one Josh Reddick. He's going to get his gold glove. Well deserved. We'll be back.
Sportsnet California is brought to you by Jack in the Box. The Chipotle Chicken Club Combo is back for a limited time at Jack in the Box. Try one today with fries and a drink for just $4.99 plus tax.
Great to see that. Josh Reddick back in the lineup tonight on the night he received his 2012 Gold Glove Award. He and the rest of the Athletics, dressed in the all-whites, take the field behind their starting pitcher tonight, Bartolo Colon. Game time weather tonight is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. 63 degrees on a nice, comfortable night. Lots of blue skies overhead. So we should have nice weather for the entire weekend in what should be a very good weekend of baseball. Two very good teams, the A's and these Detroit Tigers. And let's check out the Tigers lineup tonight. It starts with that man, Austin Jackson. He's off to a good start. Look at the batting averages on some of these guys. Andy Dirks will bat second. Miguel Cabrera, Prince Fielder in the middle. Victor Martinez back. He's the DH. Avila's the catcher. Peralta at short. Don Kelly will play right field, so Torrey Hunter's going to get the night off. And Ramon Santiago will get a start tonight at second base.
Pretty good lineup, but so is this guy. Bartolo Colon made the start against the Houston Astros last Saturday. He picked up the win, 6 innings, gave up 3 runs, but for Bartolo, a not so great start against the Tigers here at the Coliseum last season. But Bartolo, what can you say other than the fact he throws a lot of fastballs? Variations of his fastballs. Everybody knows it. The Tigers know it. But as Bartolo always says, he's pitching. It's his happy day. Let's hope he's happy when the game is over.
Here's the defense behind Colon tonight. Cespedes in left, Crispin center, and Reddick in right. Donaldson at third, Lowry at short, Sogard at second, Moss at first, with John Jaso doing the catching. So Reddick, very nice pregame ceremony for Josh. He had a bunch of family members down there, including his mom and dad.
Well, he brought a bunch of them from Georgia. They said they had some bad weather, had to sit on a tarmac, so they arrived about an hour or so before batting practice. A little bit late because of the terrible weather back in the Midwest and the East, but they made it and got to see their son and relative receive a very much deserved award.
So the first pitch of the game to Austin Jackson is a strike.
It was a fastball.
Yes, it was. Won't be the last one he throws. And it's quickly 0-2.
Well, remember, of course, Bartolo Colon pitching in the Central, whether or not he's faced a lot of these hitters, but he did not face them in the postseason last year as he was serving his suspension. So they're seeing him this year for the first time, and Bartolo very happy to be back in the rotation.
Cabrera will hit third here in the first inning.
But Austin Jackson has been the table setter for the Tigers. Really came in his own last season.
Strike 3 call. Right on the outside corner. Jackson never took the bat off his shoulders, and that's out number 1.
Slight tailing action on a fastball. Started outside, came back. The fact that it was up a little bit above the waist as the stride occurred, but there is the two-seam fastball, and it's great to see Paul Nart, the home plate umpire, with that slight angle, so maybe the outside part of the plate will be a nice spot for Bartolo to pitch to the very tough righties in this lineup.
1 out. And here is Andy Dirks playing left field. Dirks off to a slow start. 3 hits in 22 at bats, hitting just 136. Tigers come in with a 5-4 record. They just finished up a homestand.
Made the 10th here at the Coliseum, and Dirks against Bartolo Colon. And if you want to attach a word that starts with U to that start, that would be it, because that was not a very good start by Bartolo against the Tigers.
Another foul ball back.
And I think we all agree that what the A's did postseason last year, the Tigers took them down to Game 5, and everything starts fresh. Tigers, great expectations, especially with the addition and Victor Martinez coming back, but Bob Melvin seeing his club continue what they did in the second half last year. And that's good to see, especially where their club is playing.
A good manager, Leland.
Good man.
Stark strikes out. And back-to-back strikeouts to start the ball game for Cologne.
Well, it's nice to see Bartolo, as he usually does with his fastball. This one tailing away from the left-hander. And he fouled a couple towards the left side. Figured he might stay on the pitches, but this one just kept going away from him, and he could not make contact. So 2 hitters, 2 strikeouts, and now you get to face the Triple Crown winner. Just does not get easy in this lineup.
And off to a very fine start is Miguel Cabrera. No surprise there. Swing and a miss. Cabrera hitting .378 with a homer and 11 RBIs. He's got 14 hits and 37 at-bats.
Think about the Tigers starting their season. Twin Cities where it's cold. And then went to Detroit where it was cold. And here Cabrera comes out here with short sleeves. No sleeves on those massive arms.
Yeah, they have had nothing close to even comfortable weather to play in their first 9 games, but they will have a nice weekend.
Another fastball, it was up, and Cabrera, reason he won the Triple Crown, which means the batting championship, best average, then most runs and home runs, is because of hitting like this. He is a very good hitter. You make a mistake, he can take you out deep, home run, any part of the park, but he also hits a lot of line drives and hard hit balls that find their way to the outfield.
Here's Prince Fielder. Exmo brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Big numbers for Prince Fielder to start this season, just like Cabrera, 355, and Prince has 14 runs batted in.
Cabrera not being held at first base, they want to give Brandon Moss with a powerful left-hander a chance.
Coco's coming in. He'll play it on a hop. Big swing, and it had a little knuckle to it, but Coco came in, could not get it. And we've come to learn from Coco Crisp, he likes to play deep, and he was playing very deep with Prince Fielder up.
Well, you have a powerful hitter, and you have a powerful swing. You expect the ball to travel, and Coco, slight delay on his break, and just enough for the ball to drop in front of him. So after a couple of strikeouts, you're always getting to a very tough part of the batting order, and that's when a pitcher has to know that Cabrera, Fielder, and Victor Martinez, and not to mention Alex Avila, also in there for the next 4. 2 of them on base, and Victor Martinez is back.
Slow start, 138 for Martinez. 4 hits and 29 at bats. He's a switch hitter. Swings at the first pitch. Fouls it away.
Well, one thing that Victor Martinez did for the Tigers when he signed with them, he was a run producer, not necessarily with a lot of home runs, but hitting behind Cabrera. And now Prince Fielder having guys on base, and a lot of times they would intentionally walk or pitch carefully to Cabrera, and he would drive in the big run. So this is a big at bat already for Bartolo Colon, facing not only a guy who has power to hit home runs, but he uses the whole field.
This one's popped up. Donaldson may have a play. And he does. Side retired, so a couple of hits, 2 stranded for the Tigers. Hayes come to bat when we come back. let's check out their lineup. And it's a hot lineup. Crisp, Lowry, Reddick, Cespedes, Moss, Jaso, Smith, Donaldson, and Sogard. There's your A's lineup for tonight.
And Max Scherzer, as we mentioned, a power pitcher, 94 to 96 with a good fastball, slider, and changeup. Slight movement on his fastball, but by and large, just a power pitcher. Loves to strike outs. He has done it against the A's and pretty much everybody in baseball when he's faced them. So the challenge for the A's tonight, knowing who's waiting for them tomorrow and Sunday, three very good starters, but the A's just try to keep it going. And that man, good to see him back in the lineup, Josh Reddick.
Tigers defense tonight looks like this. Dirks, Jackson, Kelly in the outfield. Cabrera, Peralta, Santiago Fielder on the infield with Avila doing the catching. So Max Scherzer steps to the top of the mound to face Coco Crisp. So good challenge for the A's with Scherzer tonight, Verlander tomorrow. Cabrera right on the edge of the grass. Coco hitting .318 so far this year with 4 home runs, 6 RBIs.
We like to see Miguel Cabrera, of course, playing first base and originally a third baseman for the Marlins before acquired by the Tigers, but lost a lot of weight as he showed last year and very mobile around the back of third. And very happy to be back in his original position, which basically allowed the Tigers to sign one Prince Fielder. So Cabrera at third, Prince Fielder at first, and there's your power on the corners. And a lot of power from both sides. One to left, one to right.
1-1 pitch to Coco Crisp. Inside, just a touch. Lowry will be next, and then Reddick here in the first inning. Off speed, stays high, so 3-1.
It's amazing watching the delivery of Max Scherzer, where he kind of drops down. Probably more movement than what you would expect for somebody who throws as hard as he does in the mid-90s. Usually look for it to be more of a four-seam fastball. But he does have very good movement on the hitter.
Bunted, and that's going to be a base hit. No chance. Coco lays it down perfectly. So that's how the bottom of the first starts for the A's.
Picture perfect bunt by Coco Crisp. He had Miguel Cabrera maybe moving back a little bit. He waited right to the last instant, and Scherzer falls off towards first just enough that he could not recover quickly enough. Cabrera coming in slowly, and Coco, wow, is that textbook or what? Got it on the grass, and once Scherzer picked it up, he realized he did not want to take a chance to throw it down the line and have Coco end up at third base.
Coco just really a step off the bat.
One thing the Tigers do have, of course, we talk about the pitching in their offense, and they have a very good throwing catcher. Now it's Avila. Gets rid of the ball very quickly. He's usually very accurate. So with that said, sometimes you start thinking more hit and run instead of maybe a straight steal. Coco with the green light, as always, could go.
Inside to Jed Lowry. So Lowry back in the second hole with Reddick back in the lineup. 410 the average for Lowry. 16 hits in 39 at bats. He's got 5 doubles. He's got 3 home runs. Coco with the sprinter's lean at first base. He's not running. It's bounced toward Fielder, who picks it up.
Somebody call it.
It's a foul ball.
It's usually the home plate umpire's call. The ball was in front of the bag, and for a moment, nobody called it. If you can see the 2 umpires, but Prince Fielder takes it in front of the bag, and nothing from the first base umpire, whether fair or foul, and eventually he did call it foul.
Paul Noward is calling balls and strikes tonight. Coco Took about 4 steps to second and then stopped and went back to first. Scherzer, if he would have stepped off at the exact proper time, he would have picked him off. But
I don't know that Coco was running. Maybe just trying to fake, figuring shooting up a flare. You got Prince Fielder chuckling a little bit. Prince just dreaming of having that kind of speed.
2-1 now.
Remember last night we saw with Coco on base how he distracted the pitcher, couldn't throw strikes, and seems like Scherzer trying to quicken his delivery to the plate with Coco at first.
Big hole on the right side. Cabrera right even with the bag at third.
It's almost as if Coco knows every move that Scherzer's going to make. He starts to walk back to first as Scherzer throws to first. It's great anticipation by a good base runner.
Scherzer finally throws and he gets a strike call.
Low sinking fastball, and it's the bottom part of the strike zone called by Paul Nard. But again, as we've said often, get a good fastball down in the zone like that, not much a hitter can do except hit the ball on the ground. Although with the hole between first and second, might be able to find that hole for a first and third.
Strike 3 ball.
Wow. Time now for the forward right choice. Earlier tonight, Josh Reddick receiving his Rawlings Gold Glove, and very deserving, great outfielder. And his mom and dad, his dad there and his mother, and very emotional for them. And Jim Hughes with the Rawlings Sporting Good, his dad, his mom, and see how emotional she was. And Josh brought everybody in, a lot of people from Georgia, to witness his receiving. Probably won't be the first of many Gold Gloves, Rawlings Gold Gloves.
And we can't forget about his secondary family, folks out in right. But it was a nice moment. His parents, Kenny and Cheryl, very proud, as they should be.
And Jim Hughes, who was a former pitcher, matter of fact, he was a roommate with Burt Blyleven way back in the late 60s, and he is with Rawlings Sporting Goods, was there to present the Gold Glove to Josh Reddick. And Jimmy was telling me some things about the new version of the Rawlings Gold Glove, which I wanted to send mine back and get a do-over.
So you were okay with the new ones?
Well, what Jim told me, now I know my catcher's mitt was sprayed gold, gold paint. In the new gloves, there's 24 karat gold in that glove. And I said, why do you do it now? Why didn't you do it, a long time ago? Plus, it's a kind of a granite base where they used to have wooden bases. It's much heavier, as Josh attested to, but the fact that there's 24 karat gold in the glove itself, so he better protect it. Put it in a big safe. It's a nice award. Very deserved.
Be careful with that baby. Chip won't let anything happen to it.
And it is. A little pedestal. The glove, of course, if it's a catcher, they put the catcher's mitt, outfielder's glove, infielder's glove, whatever glove is used.
Coco getting a lot of attention. He's yet to go. He's got a couple steals this year. He's 2 for 3. Scherzer delivers, and Reddick fouls it back. So the Reddick injury happened on Sunday. So he missed 3 full games.
Fear the beard. That's
never heard that before.
Never heard of that. That's a new one. New phrase, huh?
Fear a beard.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Just missed. 2-2 the count.
How about clean the beard?
occasionally is just an idea. His looks pretty clean, though.
Oh, it does. Yeah, I interviewed him now on the radio side.
Were you staring at it?
I was staring at it and was close to it. I had to make sure it was clean before I did the interview.
Coco took a big step.
I'd just like to see one of these hitters crush a ball with all the attention head to Coco by Scherzer.
So 2-2 is the count. Coco not running, pitches outside, 3-2. This was the play again on Sunday in Houston. We were worried.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the skipper was worried and get the production and having missed the playing time, and that right there probably scared him more than anything. Fortunately, he's back in this quick.
Coco goes, strike 3 called. The throw is dropped at second base, and Coco Crisp has a stolen base. Reddick strikes out. The A's now with 2 outs have a runner in scoring position.
Well, 3-2 taken by Josh Reddick, called strike 3, and Alex Avila, as he typically does, got rid of it quickly. Just happened to bounce it and was not able to be held at second base. And that's the difference. Taking a throw in front of the bag was Peralta. That's sometimes makes it a little bit more difficult. In this case, the short hop was not able to be handled.
So here is Yoenis Cespedes hitting .211, 3 home runs, 7 RBIs. Cespedes had a good series in Anaheim. He was 5 for 13 with a homer and a double. Thought we saw him take some better swings than he took in Houston, where he did not look good.
Well, make sure if he happens to hang a slight, that could be very inviting for Cespedes.
Scherzer, long look in. This is badly, so the count 2-0.
Well, this was last night down in Anaheim, and a ball that was crushed. Burnett throwing a fastball down the middle, and they're still looking for it in Ivy against the rock pile in center field. Maybe one of the Astros will be finding it today.
That's right, Astros at the big game. Coco takes off for third, and he'll steal it without a throw. The pitch was called a strike. So Coco with a pair of steals here in the first inning. He now has 4 on the year.
Well, you'll see at times, and Cabrera did not move. Alex Avila caught the ball, did not attempt to throw. And essentially what Cabrera did, said, I'm going to let you have third, but I'm not going to give up third base position in the event Cespedes hits the ball in that direction. Opening up the whole left side of the infield, he just kept his spot at third.
And I would say with 2 outs, that's the right thing to do.
Exactly. There are some managers will have the runner from second steal trying to get the third baseman to cover the bag, yet not necessarily having the hitter take the pitch. Will swing, especially a right-handed hitter, and try to find the hole on the left side at 5.5 hole, which becomes even larger.
3-1 to Cespedes, and it's outside. So first and third, 2 outs for Moss. So Scherzer, a little bit all over the place here in the first inning.
Batting in the 5th position, first baseman.
Well, maybe Mikey Thalbaum had some good food up the clubhouse because Max Scherzer was a little late coming down to take the mound. So maybe
taking care of business.
Yeah, Mikey had some good grub. And tell you, with the way the clubhouse managers provide food now, you have to work hard not to gain weight prices.
You could eat 3 meals and they'd all be very good.
Oh, they're all delicious.
This pitch to Moss. Fastball in on the hands, fouls it back.
Brandon Moss, this is a great shot. Fastball about 96, 98 from Jepson. And then how about a changeup? This is the very impressive from Joe Blanton. The changeup from formerly known as Big Joe, now Little Joe Blanton. But Brandon Moss, very, very hot in Anaheim. Still not a new father. Another child.
Well, this is a good series here. 7 for 13, triple, 2 homers, 9 RBIs, and 3 runs scored in a 3-game series.
You want to talk about his defense also?
I'm going to let you do that. It was good.
He was excellent. And he was picking it.
Strike 2 call, 1-2. Looks like Paul Mauert likes that low strike. Something to keep an eye on the rest of the game.
Well, in the movement too, and the A's, remember, have very, very good discipline at the plate. And Alex Avila set up outside, and the pitch really missed a lot as he had to reach back, but kept it in the strike zone, according to Narek.
And a foul tip, swing and a miss. So when it's all said and done, Scherzer strikes out 3, the A's strand 2, and we are scoreless after 1. On Josh Reddick night at the Coliseum. These two teams met the 11th of October. And it was quite a 3-game series in the division series. I shouldn't say 3, it was a 5-game series, but the 3 games here at the Coliseum was quite a sight. Unfortunately, it ended with the Tigers winning Game 5.
I think the Tigers will always remember celebrating on the mound and looking over to the A's dugout, and everybody was still there, and the A's players were celebrating while the Tigers were celebrating their division championship on the mound. But a couple of the players said how much it helped them going into New York, having the crowds here, not as they were. And as I mentioned, pretty good crowds expected this weekend.
Avila, Peralta, Kelly, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for the Tigers. Avila rolls a foul again. All right, here's our true story brought to you by McDonald's, and here it is, folks. Game 5 of the division series, and that is the A's fans and the A's players acknowledging each other. Even when the game ended, the chance of "let's go Oakland" continued. Tigers thought that was pretty cool. Tigers also walked off the winners of that series.
Joe Millen tried his best after sweeping the New York Yankees and all the extra time between the league championship and the World Series, and they actually brought minor league players in from Florida into Detroit at Comerica Park to play games, play inter-squad games, if you will, but trying to be competitive before they took on the Giants in the World Series.
Toward the Gold Glover, Reddick on the move, makes the catch. So Reddick got a good jump, as he always does. Made a nice catch.
Well, he did get a great jump, and that's so important, especially the ball hit that hard. And to be able to get a great jump and catch it head high instead of having to hold back and then have to dive for a ball, leave your feet, and not sure you're going to be able to catch it. And always nice to see the appreciation by the pitcher, who just gave up a bullet that was caught by his right fielder.
So Johnny Peralta steps in, hitting .333 in the early going. 11 hits, 33 at bats for Peralta. And that one fouled right over the Tigers dugout. Heads up over there.
If you think about teams when they have success, a lot of times they'll change players. Look at the Tigers. They pretty much have the same lineup they had, same club they had. The Giants across the way the same way. The A's, a couple of additions, a couple of subtractions. But those are the teams that have success. When you keep players together, team together, you're just going to grow and get better and better.
I agree. Strike 3 called. So Colon painting the outside corner, his third strikeout.
Another right-hander, another two-seam fastball starting outside. Watch the movement coming back. Actually, that was the other direction. My apologies. That's more of a cutter.
Right fielder.
That's uncharacteristic of Bartolo to turn it over and going away from a right-hander instead of bringing it back. So he's got both of them working tonight. One from the outside, catch in the corner, and then the little cutter off the fastball.
So that'll bring up Don Kelly. Ray, I want to say hello to a brand new, and I'm talking brand new Oakland A's fan, Cole Corradini. You know how old he is?
About a day.
2 days old. And he's watching the A's game right now.
And who might this be?
Friends of ours, right. Drew and Brooke, welcomed Cole a couple days ago. So they're watching the game tonight. That is not him.
Well, let's just
but
hope,
it will be soon.
Let's just hope that family has DVR working on Comcast Sportsnet California so they can play back just what you said.
Cole Corradini. He's 2 days old.
Whenever he's old enough to understand what Uncle Kipe is talking about.
And he's hungry. Nice inning for Bartolo Colon, and we are headed to the bottom of the 7th.
Ladies and gentlemen.
To get final scores of your favorite team sent directly to your phone, text Athletics to 82653 to receive A's final score alerts. CSNCalifornia.com, your interactive mobile leader for authentic Bay Area sports.
Hey, Mr. Kuiper, what if you don't have a phone? Something's wrong, right? Because who doesn't?
Who doesn't have a phone?
Wow. A lot of strikeouts so far in this game, and it's just the bottom of the second inning. Bartolo Colon, Max Scherzer, a couple of power pitchers.
1-1 to Jaso, Smith, and Donaldson for the A's. Jaso 360 is the batting average in the early going. There's that fastball, 92 miles an hour, but he's got a little late movement on it. So it's 92 is decent velocity, but there's a little more to it with Scherzer.
But I think you have to load up and just kind of cheat looking for the fastball, because throughout an at bat you're going to see a fastball, whether it has some movement or not, but the velocity is going to be there. And if you try to wait back, he'll throw the fastball by you. He's that powerful.
And there's a good fastball. That one right in on the hands of Jaso. So that is the fourth strikeout.
Movement. And there it is. Just tied up the left-hander with a fastball inside. Jaso usually makes contact somehow, some way, but not this time.
Scherzer last year, unbelievable numbers. 231 strikeouts in 187 innings. He had the second most strikeouts in the American League. His teammate, Justin Verlander, had the most strikeouts. You strike out 231 in 187 innings.
Well, I still have the note. It's always amazing to me when you look back to May 30th of 2010, when he faced actually 5 2/3 innings, so essentially at 17 outs, he struck out 14.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's how good he can be.
I'd say the only thing that Scherzer, and listen, it's a byproduct of striking out a lot of guys. He can throw a lot of pitches in a few amount of innings,
right.
And I say few amount for a starter. He'll get up to 100, and it'll be the 5th or 6th inning. But he'll give you a good 5 or 6 innings. That's the deal with Scherzer. He ended up 16-7 last year. And he's ahead of Seth Smith 1-2. High fastball. I think Ture, he's also one of those guys. He'll throw hard right from the get-go.
Yeah.
And he may lose a little velocity as the game goes on. He's not going to ease into it.
And Verlander, who we'll see tomorrow, has kind of changed a little bit of that, where he will save a little bit, not throw as hard early, but that was a pitch that he just threw 86.
There you go.
Tremendous movement.
So a little change up that just
Seth just failed at the last test, just trying to make contact. But there's 5 outs and 5 strikeouts.
So here's Donaldson. Donaldson takes a fastball for a strike. Scherzer was originally a first-round draft pick of the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2006. And then he was acquired by the Tigers. Interesting trade. It was Scherzer and Daniel Schlereth, the left-handed reliever, in exchange for Edwin Jackson and Ian Kennedy. Ian Kennedy at the time, and it was a 3-team trade if I remember correctly. Kennedy coming from the Yankees. Kennedy's turned out to be a very good pitcher. Edwin Jackson's bounced around some, but a quality starter. But it was, like I said, it was a 3-team trade. I believe that was the Granderson deal, right? Yeah, so there was some pretty big names being moved.
Yep. Yankees wanted a veteran center fielder, and of course Austin Jackson to the Tigers. And
there was a lot going on in that trade.
And Austin Jackson is a very good player now. That's trading youth for the veteran.
I think the Tigers are happy with the trade, as they should be. Scherzer has a 3-up, 3-down inning, scoreless after 2. No score. Colon for the A's, Scherzer for the Tigers. Santiago to lead things off. Ramon Santiago getting a start tonight. Omar Infante, of course, the regular second baseman for the Tigers, and Infante hitting .400 this year, but getting the night off. So Infante and Torrey Hunter not in there tonight. Donaldson lets everybody know he's got it. And that's out number 1.
But tomorrow's a big day. That's when the A's play the Tigers right here at the Coliseum. 10,000 fans will get an A's American League West Division Championship fleece blanket presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Stay warm at A's games all season long with this great commemorative blanket. For more information, tickets, call 877-493-BALL or visit OaklandAthletics.com/tickets. And you know what, Kite? Steve Finelli, the ticket office, said that's a hot item. Not only a hot item for giveaway, but a very hot Oakland A's team.
Gotcha.
And they're going to be out here tomorrow.
Jackson shoots one past Moss for a 1-out single. Well, we'll look forward to it, as always. Good giveaways every year.
Going the opposite field and ball inside out. Swing from the right-hander. Great job of staying inside just past Moss, but the crowd reacting to this. Josh Reddick, as he got to it quickly and keeping the speedy Jackson at first base. No thought whatsoever by Jackson to go to second. He does have the ability to steal.
Well, the A's will keep a close eye on Austin Jackson.
The Yankees did get Curtis Granderson, the powerful left-handed hitter, but the Yankees had a little patience. Austin Jackson was going to develop into the player that he is right now, an outstanding center fielder. and a very good hitter, good base runner, base stealer. But the one thing Granderson does offer the Yankees, which they seem to always want to get, and that's a power left-handed hitter for the short porch and right field.
He's hit a lot of home runs there.
Yes.
Not playing yet this year due to injury. But Jackson's a guy who you could build around.
Yeah,
He's kind of a cornerstone player.
And Jim Leland, perfect manager to have the patience with the young outfielder.
Last year, Austin Jackson hit 300 with 16 homers and 66 RBIs.
About a couple years ago, everything was a strikeout.
Yep.
He could not make contact, but what a big change for him. And, well, you have the power pack lineup that the Tigers have. He's at the top, and Dirk's right behind him before the big guys.
He's still going to strike out a lot. This is his 4th full season in the big leagues. He's a good outfielder. Dirk struck out swinging in the first inning. And he bounces that one into right field, a base hit. Jackson will not test the arm of Reddick. So we talk about it a lot, Ray, taking advantage of the hole on the right side of the diamond. And now that one was more toward the second baseman, but you can bet that Andy Dirks is trying to hit the ball there.
Well, and it's a great point, because what Dirks did, hitting to the right side, see where Sogard is? He's playing close to second for a double play, and we talk about it often, but that's what a middle infielder has to do. Nobody on base. Eric Sogard can play straight up, the ball's right to him for an out, but there's no way to play that far away from second and be able to get to second base in the event the ball is hit to the left side to try to turn a double play.
So here is Cabrera. Hit one hard into center field in the first inning.
Well, this is where Miguel Cabrera is at his best. When you lead the league in RBI, then you're basically getting guys in scoring position. And there it was, 139 of them last season, his Triple Crown year, 44 home runs, 330 batting average. But good hitters will take advantage of runners in scoring position, and sure, he has the power to hit home runs, but he is also a very good line-to-line hitter.
Rolled foul. I think you and I both agree that, at least in the American League, he's probably the best all-around hitter.
I don't think there's any question that he is in that category. And you're really hopeful there that that ball would go to Josh Donaldson at third and turn a double play and get out of it. When you get him to beat a ball on the ground like that, you're hoping that it is fair, especially when it's not hit very hard.
Colon ahead in the count, 0-2. Colon has 3 strikeouts so far in the game. Prince Fielder waits in the on-deck circle. And that right there is what Cabrera does. That's a very good pitcher's pitch, and he sees it all the way and just fouls it off.
And he just waited and said, oh, can't hit it. We'll just foul it. Looks like a strike. Can't do anything with it. No stride. And that's a hitter, good hitter, getting another pitch. Instead of hitting a double play ground ball or striking out, gets another opportunity.
Outfield shifted around toward right center. Shallow left center. I shouldn't say shallow, into left center goes Cespedes, and he's got it. So big out there.
That is a huge out. Don't take a deep breath, because another big one's coming up. Bartolo Colon worked him perfectly, using both sides of the plate up and down. And this time he had, look at the front foot, just kind of lifts the foot, the heel up onto the toe, and ball got in on his hands and couldn't really drive it.
So here is Prince Fielder, who singled in the first inning. And he had a big swing and he fouled it back. Second year with the Tigers for Prince Fielder. His contract goes through 2020.
Still just have to wonder where he would have ended up had Victor Martinez not blown out his knee for the season. And if the Tigers didn't have one Michael Ilitch, the owner, to be able to go out and sign Prince Fielder.
0-1 pitch is high. Prince Fielder will be 29 years old on the 9th of May, so it's really right in the middle of his career. Interesting though, Ray, he has played in 352 consecutive games. So this is a guy that he's not missing time. And there's something to be said about that.
Well, if you can throw that pitch, which Bartolo Colon can, it freezes the hitter. Watch Prince Fielder start his swing, pulls back, and there comes the movement. Although the pitch about belt high, hittable, but the fact that it started in, ended up in the middle of the plate, the movement created that hesitation by Prince Fielder and just couldn't pull the trigger.
Drive, left center and deep. Coco's going back. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is gone. The big fella with a 3-run homer, and the Tigers lead 3-0.
But sometimes you have to wonder. You make a great pitch, and look at the location of this one. Tries to go back, but left it up and left it out, and the power to go to the opposite field by Prince Fielder. He didn't miss it. And this is a cool evening, but still going the opposite field. Plenty of distance.
So 3rd home run of the year for Prince Fielder. Give him 17 RBIs now.
That's why it's hard to take a deep breath after you get out Miguel Cabrera.
That's true. So this is Victor Martinez, who fouled out to end the first inning. Down the left field line. That's hit pretty well. Cespedes into the corner. Makes the catch on the move. Side retired. Damage done. Prince Fielder a 3-run homer off Bartolo Colon. And we're headed to the bottom of the 3rd. 3-0 Detroit.
Do it tonight. Brett Anderson pitching against Prince Fielder, and this is what Coco did. Robbed Prince Fielder of a home run. Great play in right center. That ball you could see at the top of the fence, and Coco tried to do the same thing tonight. Prince was a little bit upset then, but tonight he got the 3-run shot, but Coco robbed it. Game 3, a game in which Brett Anderson pitched brilliantly for the A's to win the first elimination game. They won the second one in a walk-off fashion, but tonight maybe Prince Fielder with a closer shaved beard, that maybe he was able to get the added power to drive the ball.
Sogard to lead it off, followed by Crispin Lowry. 5 strikeouts in the first 2 innings for Max Scherzer. Thought I just heard some boo birds, but they were coming from Southern California. I'm trying to be funny. It's probably not that funny. The reason I say that is because the Houston Astros lead the Angels 4-0 in the second inning.
They're boos. And that would be Mr. Hansen, the pitcher who started the game, right?
It's Hansen and Norris, Bud Norris, who the A's saw in Houston.
Hansen was scheduled to start following Blanton and Vargas.
So again, we'll keep a close eye on that one. 4-0 Houston. Rick Ankiel had a 2-run single. They scored 3 in the first. Seattle has scored 3, and the Mariners lead the Rangers 3-0 in the third. That's Darvish and Iwakuma. Sogard bounces one past fielder down the right field line. Sogard was going to have a leadoff double.
Eric Sogard getting a chance, and we'll see with Moreno as a switch hitter. But the eye power and a sinker, and that's what happens. He went down and got it, raked it past Prince Fielder, who's off the line a little bit, right over the bag. And down in the corner that Kelly could not keep Sogard from getting to. Prince Fielder very good around the bag at first, but not able to knock it down. Sogard, as Adam Roden, of course, has all the video. These guys can go in and watch pitchers, and Sogard was watching Max Scherzer, all of his pitches tonight, and at least at this at bat might have helped him figure out what he was going to do, try to pitch him, and he ends up the leadoff double.
First pitch to Coco Crisp is that changeup, but it stays inside.
Okay, while this is, the 3-run home run is huge for the Tigers, but the A's, it's just the third inning, and the manufacturing of runs, fundamental baseball, which we have seen so far in this young season. Just need to try to peck away, try to get Bartolo Colon to hold down the Tigers, but Scherzer is going to be tough, especially with the lead, but just have to try to come back.
One hit past Ty Waller foul.
Get opportunities with a leadoff double, you have to find a way to score.
Ray, want to welcome our Sacramento Kings viewers. Just finished watching the Kings game. Juan Kuiper, Ray Fosse at the DET Coliseum. Prince Fielder with a 3-run homer in the top of the third inning. He is the only scoring in the game so far. But the A's with a leadoff double from Sogard here in the third, a chance to get on the board against Max Scherzer. So we mentioned those 2 other AL West games going on, the Rangers and the Mariners, Astros and the Angels. And Rangers Seattle game is the second game of a 4-game series. They played last night with Texas winning 4-3.
And you start your King Phoenix on the first game of the 4-game series, and from the Rangers standpoint, they win, they got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
1-2 pitch toward left field. Dirks is over, back, and he reaches up to make the catch.
Scherzer did not give Coco Crisp a chance to pull the ball to at least Vance Sogard, and that's the power pitcher. You stay away. Try to get the hitter to hit the ball to the left side instead of the right side where he was thinking about, but a good fastball will guard against that.
So Lowry will have a shot. Like a breaking ball that stayed high. Lowry struck out looking in the first inning.
On low pitches. That was high. If that would have been a call of strike, who knows what Mr. Lowry would have done. Because all of a sudden, the north and south strike zone. Quite liberal for a pitcher.
Sogard takes off, and he's going to be picked off, but the Tigers throw it away. And Sogard will trot home, and there's your first run. Huge mistake by the Tigers. The A's will take it. Sogard was going to be out by 5 feet, and Scherzer threw it high. Cabrera couldn't catch it.
They got the double look, and that's what Sogard, once Scherzer looked to the plate, then he thought he was going to be able to steal it easily. But Scherzer looked again, then stepped off. Actually, the spin, and then the bad throw. And by Gallego, let's go score. But Sogard saw him, stopped, and like Cabrera tried to catch the ball, reach back and tag Sogard, but all the while reaching for it, could not handle it. That's a break.
Yep.
A huge break. The aggressiveness we saw last night, Reno hustled double to help the A's score a run.
To right field, Kelly's there. He's got it for out number 2. You saw that note. First error for the Tigers this year, and this is their 10th game.
Right fielder, number 16.
So it looked like it was not a great throw by Scherzer, but it did look like Cabrera was kind of thinking about tagging him, and he really had plenty of time to concentrate on what was somewhat of a wide throw. And the air went to Scherzer. So the A's grabbed the run here in the bottom of the 3rd. To Reddick.
You got a leadoff double. A's are thinking about no shutdown inning by scoring a run the legitimate way, but they'll take it anyway, considering the way Scherzer has pitched after the leadoff double. It's not an easy pitcher to try to manufacture and do things.
Well, there are some question marks in that Tigers bullpen, and that may be the best way to look at it, Ray, is do what you can against Scherzer, but try to get him out 5th or 6th inning. That was pitch number 54, so his pitch count is pretty high. Some question marks in that bullpen. 3-1 pitch, looked a little outside, called a strike by Paul Nauert, so Reddick's going to go for a walk.
Check the movement, and
I don't think that's a strike.
We'll see the Tommy Cam, and I think you're exactly right. Alex Avila brought the ball back, but you know the angle Paul Nauert, I mean, that's going to help a pitcher, especially the angle to the outside part of the plate.
Reddick struck out swinging in the 1st inning. 1 of 5 strikeouts for Scherzer. Setting up inside, and flipped foul.
You think about Josh Reddick, and not played since Sunday, and comes back facing a pitcher who throws as hard as Scherzer does, so timing is going to be off a little bit. Took BP yesterday in Anaheim on the field. There was optional hitting today here at the Coliseum with a late arrival last night or early this morning. You don't want to try to start jumping the fastballs a little bit too much, but you got to load up and maybe cheat a little thinking about getting a fastball. Just a matter of location.
Got a fastball there away. That's the giveaway tonight, the Josh Reddick Gold Glove. Foam Gold Glove is what it is.
That's right. No 24-karat gold in those.
Hit hard. Prince fielder knocks it down. Drops right to his feet. Flips to Scherzer, side retired. A's get a gift run, and we're headed to the fourth. It's the Tigers 3 and the Athletics 1. As Alex Avila will step in. Avila, Peralta, Kelly. Just looking when we go to Detroit, Ray, not till the end of August, a 4-game series. August 26th through the 29th.
What about Target Field in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul?
We'll be at Target Field on September 10th, 11th, and 12th.
And when do they come to the Coliseum?
September 19th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd. So, you know what? The big rivalry between the A's and the Twins will take place in the pennant race of September. Which is...
Have to re-introduce ourselves to our good friend Bert Blyleven, a dang glad man.
There's your scoreboard, and there's your interleague series for the weekend. The Mets at Minnesota. I like to keep everybody updated on what the interleague series is. It's part of the deal now. With that said, Ray, I would like to tell you that the Detroit Tigers will finish their season at Miami.
And you know, I was just going to ask, and I knew it's going to be unfortunate.
They're the ones
that someone would be doing that. They'll try, well, if they haven't won the division by then, but they would be going into Miami with no DH.
A little walk by Paul Nauert. I think he thought about calling it a strike. He did not.
Stayed outside, and you know, I'd say Bartolo thought he had strike 3, considering what had already been called in this game by Mr. Nauert.
So full count. Avila hit a line drive that Reddick made a nice running catch on. The Astros have now taken a 5-0 lead over the Angels. Strike 3 call. So Colon gets the call there for his 4th strikeout.
Upgrade your experience using the MLB.com at the ballpark phone application. Available for iPhone and Android phones. Select your new seat location at the DET Coliseum, then show your phone to the usher. It's that easy. To download the MLB.com at the ballpark app, visit OaklandAthletics.com/ballpark or text ballpark to 31826. Message and data rates will apply. Why do that? Come on. If you're going to do all that, you're going to charge? No.
May. It said May.
May. And that's not the month of May.
Yeah. See, that's a seat where probably upgrade potential if you.
But he's probably happy. You know, up there all,
right.
you know, just deep in his own thoughts next to the big fan sign, you know. Sitting up there with all his friends. I mean, that's a great location.
I'm with you. It's kind of like having coffee in the morning by yourself.
Yeah,
nothing better.
That's right. You don't have to worry about anybody or anything. And he probably, you know what? I bet he doesn't have a phone with him either. Might be the only one in the Coliseum.
Enjoying the game. He knows his athletics will make it interesting at some point.
The only thing for the A's and the Tigers, and unlike last year, Game 4, I don't think we'll see Mr. Valverde at the end of the game.
Unless he gets on a flight.
He signed a minor league contract, but he's not with the Tigers.
Sogard should grab this one. He will, and that's a very nice inning for Bartolo Colon. Bottom of the fourth coming up. It'll be Cespedes, Moss, and Jaso. A's trailing Detroit 3-1. American League pennant in consecutive seasons since 1988. If you think you know the answer, tweet us at CSN Athletics. So, winning the AL pennant in consecutive seasons.
Number 52,
We know the A's did it.
Yep.
88, 89, and 90. Well, if we think back a little bit, Tigers lost the World Series last year. But what happened the 2 years before that? The Rangers. Back-to-back World Series losses for Texas. First pitch to Cespedes is outside. Tigers last year finished with an 88-74 record, and if you remember, Ray, they were a little bit of a, do I want to say underachieving team? I don't know. Prince Fielder coming over, Avila coming over, and it's going to be Prince Fielder who makes the catch. And that may not be fair to say since they won the division and they went to the World Series, but I think there were times last year where, and it happened in the World Series with a great lineup where they just did not score runs. They'd go a week where they just struggled offensively.
Well, it took them a long time last year to finally clinch the division.
Yeah.
And maybe if it had worked the same way in the League Championship Series and it taken them longer to beat the Yankees, they might have been better prepared because they just had that extra time, similar to what happened in 2006 when they swept the A's in the League Championship Series, the World Series, but could do nothing against the Cardinals. The game is to be played every day, and when you don't play it every day and you have too much time off, timing is the key ingredient that is lacking after that time off.
Moss struck out swinging in the first inning. And the Giants, of course, won a full 7 games with the Cardinals. Kind of a battle. So I think they probably had maybe 1 day off, maybe 2 days off.
They were one. They finished on Monday, had Tuesday off, started Wednesday. With the new format, it's going to change this year again with the season finishing on the weekend versus Wednesday the last couple of years. It worked perfectly for San Francisco.
Big fastball there from Scherzer. So the count 1-2. The Tigers won the division last year by 3 games over the White Sox. Well, the White Sox just hung around right till the end.
Well, remember, too, they had the off-day makeup game in Chicago that the Tigers couldn't turn a double play, and then they came to Detroit when the A's played them in the 3-game series, and A's lost the first 2, won the series finale. Did that in both Detroit and New York in that big 10-game road trip.
2-2 fastball right by Moss for strikeout number 6.
Well, this is what happens when a pitcher has a good fastball, and Scherzer in that category. Brandon Moss, we have seen him, and he's a good fastball hitter, but just could not catch up to the fastball. Maybe waiting, thinking movement on his fastball, which he's not getting.
So 5 in a row retired by Matt Scherzer. He did make an error in that grouping, which allowed a run to score. The Tigers, looking at their history, their last World Series title, they've won 4. The last one, of course, 1984. So that's 29 years ago. So it's been a while. They lost the World Series in 2006. And I think their owner has showed he really will spend what he has to spend to get a title.
Well, they just did it with tomorrow's starting pitcher Justin Verlander. He extended his contract to keep him with Tiger probably his whole career. Cabrera's contract's going to be coming up soon. They do the same for him. Prince Fielder is already locked up. Victor Martinez signed a 4-year deal. That man he will keep right there.
Yeah.
Miguel Cabrera.
There's a base hit for John Jaso. Hit number 3 for the A's.
For the last at bat, Jaso got a fastball in, tied him up. This time it was a slider down and in. Watch him bring his hands in with the ball coming inside to him. He just dropped the head of the bat and right over the head of the tall Max Scherzer. John Jaso is a very good hitter. Matter of fact, the tandem, the combination of Norris from the right side, Jaso from the left side, very good hitters, as we saw with Derek Norris last night. A very good offensive game, and he's done a spectacular job defensively. Drop it.
Smith takes inside.
I wonder in the cold climate of Detroit, places back there, if a pitcher rotates the ball in his hand like that and his fingers go numb just from the cold weather.
To feel your fingers.
Exactly. Rotate until Avila gives him the sign, then he positions the fingers over the ball to throw the pitch. There's the 2-seam.
I was looking at the Tigers' payroll. It's $148 million this year. That's the 5th highest payroll in the major leagues, and it's an increase from last year of $16 million. But remember, they gave Torrey Hunter a 2-year contract, and they re-signed Anibal Sanchez to an $80 million contract. So that's where the increase comes in.
And then when they kick in with Verlander's contract next year, it's got to go up, you would think. Well, as we're talking earlier, that when you have success, in order to continue that success with the same players, it's costing.
Yeah, that's exactly.
It will cost, because you're going to have to pay the players for their success. And Verlander's such a good pitcher. You know, they probably boast that they have the best position player and pitcher. At least that combination in all of baseball.
Scherzer now with 7 strikeouts, the A's strand runner, and we're headed to the 5th. 3-1 Tigers.
And fans will receive an A's Pet Calendar sponsored by Central Garden and Pet when the A's host the Detroit Tigers. For more information and tickets, call 877-493-BALL or visit oaklandathletics.com/tickets. Big weekend, and this is a fun weekend of lots of great giveaways and lots of great food at the Coliseum. Where is Chef Rodney? We haven't seen him.
Oh boy, where is Chef Rodney when we need him? Now that you say it, I am a little hungry. 1-1 the count to Ramon Santiago. Followed by Jackson and Dirks. This is the group that got things going in the 3rd. Not necessarily Santiago, but top of the order. Reddick back, fakes the catch. So Santiago hit it well.
Cap, that's a great point you bring up, because you look at the 2 guys coming up now, and Jackson and Dirks, who singled. Remember when Jackson was at first, Dirks hit the base hit to right field. He didn't go to 3rd. And, you know, he could have tried to go first to 3rd.
Number 14.
He also had Cabrera, Fielder, and Martinez coming up. So I think the base running, unlike maybe the Angels, who do a lot of aggressive base running first to 3rd, you look at the middle part of this batting order, I wouldn't say it's always station to station, but when in doubt, stay where you are and give the other guys a chance to drive you in, and that's what Prince Fielder did.
Well, last year they had the 2nd fewest steals in the American League, only 59. So I'm sure that comes into play some. There's another hit for Austin Jackson, both from to the right side. So 6 hits now for the Tigers.
Great inside out swing again by Jackson, not trying to pull pitches. And for Jackson, who can strike out by staying back and hit the ball to the opposite field, that allows him to see the ball longer and maybe not swing and miss as much. So Dirks, who hit a ground ball just to the left of Sogard at second, and that one now can be turned into a double play. You don't have to worry about the middle three of the batting order.
This will be pitch number 60 from Cologne. And it's high. The Mariners leading the Rangers 3-1 in the 5th inning in Seattle. Astros 5, Angels nothing in the 3rd in Anaheim.
Astros will be here Monday for a 3-game series. Maybe they don't want to play at home anymore.
Well, I just read a tweet from a national sports writer. I will not say his name, but he said the Astros are now going to the easier part of their schedule. They're in Anaheim. Which I thought was, that was a little harsh. Obviously, I was trying to be funny.
I hope that's tongue in cheek, tongue in Twitter.
I think it was, yeah, tongue in Twitter, yeah. But,
yeah.
Cabrera looming in the on-deck circle. Slowly hit. Moss has it. He's thought about going to second, then throws back to first, and it's not in time. Well, Moss looked at second, and when he turned around, Cologne a little bit late getting to first, which can be an issue for Bartolo Colon.
And at Jackson speed going to second base, he read it perfectly, and it forced Brandon Moss, if he tries to go, probably would not have gotten the runner at second, and instead flipped it back to Bartolo, who tried to feel for the bag, couldn't find it, and the speed of Dirks, like Jackson, was able to beat it out. But Austin Jackson created this play by hustling to second. He kept looking back for some reason. Jackson did as he was heading to second base, maybe teasing and tempting Brandon Moss to throw to second. So here we are again, same that happened in the 3rd inning, same part of the batting order.
And I don't know that Moss would have got Jackson at second.
No, I don't think so. I think it would have been a tough play, and to be able to try to get the runner at second and then have both be safe, it's at least better this way. At least it made the attempt at first.
Shot. Nice play by Sogard, and that's a double play. Cabrera hit it right on the nose. Sogard hung with it. And just like that, the inning comes to an end. Nothing like a good old-fashioned atom ball. Bottom of the 4th coming up.
second base. Right to him. Cabrera trying to go opposite field, and that just lifted Sogard up off his feet. And once the play, at least once Sogard caught the ball, that was going to be an easy double play. Nate Fryman must have been standing on a huge step there, looking down at Sogard the way he was.
Donaldson to lead it off against Scherzer. 74 pitches through 4 innings for the Tigers right-hander. Donaldson, Sogard, and Crisp here in the bottom of the 5th. Ray, we should talk about the brawl last night between the Dodgers and the Padres. Carlos Quentin was suspended today for 8 games.
Not surprising considering he was the one, although he was hit, but he charged them out, and usually the one who's doing the charging is the one who gets the suspension.
Yep.
And unfortunately, he gets 8 games, and Zach Greinke gets 2 months.
2 months.
Because of the broken collarbone.
In fact, he's going to have surgery. They're going to put a steel rod in that area, stabilize it a little bit. It was an ugly one.
Yeah, it was.
And there's a lot of finger pointing, blaming other people today. And of course, everybody's got an opinion on it. I have one.
What is yours?
I think there was 3 people at fault. I thought Greinke made a mistake by saying something to Carlos Quentin, which that's what has been reported. That after he hit him, if you watch Quentin, there's a little hesitation that Greinke said something. And to me, that's not very smart.
Exactly.
If you hit a guy and then say something to him, you know what, he's going to come out.
Yeah.
And I thought Carlos Quentin thought he got hit on purpose, but he didn't get hit on purpose. I don't think it was on purpose. I don't think anybody thinks it was.
No, I don't think it was either. And I think A.J. Ellis was a catcher.
Well, that's the other. I thought A.J. Ellis, as you know, you said he's got a responsibility.
Right. And the fact that he was set up outside and the pitch was inside. And he either didn't know that Greinke had in his mind, because if he thinks he's going to be throwing at a hitter, he's going to be set up inside to indicate that maybe the ball got away, but he's set up outside. And then when it occurred, when a hitter's hit, usually a catcher reacts thinking that maybe he's going to do something.
Sure.
He just stood there. Yeah. And then once he took off,
Jackson's going to get back there. He leaps and he makes the catch. So Sogard put a charge into it.
But once Quentin took off towards the mound, Ellis couldn't do anything.
Too late.
He couldn't catch him. I mean, he's got to react, get in his face, get around, just in case he's going to think about taking off. No, it was ugly, and it's unfortunate that a prime #1 pitcher for a ball club is injured to the point of a couple of months, and especially having the rod put in the shoulder. That's not good.
But the situation, it was a 2-1 game. That was the score. It was the bottom of the 6th inning, and the count was 3-2 with nobody on base. Just doesn't add up for a reason to throw at somebody. They say that there's a little history between Greinke and Carlos Quentin.
In 2009, Quentin was hit, 23 times?
And that's the only one hit. But you're right. If you're the Dodgers, that's going to bother you for a long time, and that's legitimate.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
And guess who plays on Monday night? The Padres and the Dodgers
in Los
Angeles.
They don't need a reason to sell the place out, but that will be one.
Really. But it was obviously the talk of baseball today. I think if you're Zach Greinke, you got to get out of the way. Oh. If you see this big boy coming, he's 250 pounds,
exactly.
Carlos Quentin. Get out
running
of the
full
way.
speed.
1-2 pitch in the dirt. Coco swings and misses. So a strong inning by Max Scherzer, and we're on to the 6th. Celebrating Josh Reddick tonight and his gold glove, which he received before the game in a very nice little ceremony. So Reddick, really his first full season in the big leagues as a regular player, and he got himself a gold glove. Last Athletic to win a gold glove before Reddick was Eric Chavez, who of course had that great run. Wayne Murphy with a whole bunch of gold gloves. Mike Norris won a couple gold gloves with the Athletics. Very good with a friend, Mike Norris. Joe Rudy.
Well, the high fastball, and Bartolo Colon did not get it inside, left it out where the big guy could extend his arms and generate a lot of power to the opposite field. And that's
Victor.
Probably for Bartolo, the more he pitches, the more that pitch will be able to be down where he wants it, not there.
Cespedes racing into the corner, and that's off the wall. And Prince Fielder going right down the line the other way has a double. So there's more of that power.
Yeah, I think Prince has proven that he can take a high fastball and go opposite field. He doesn't have to try to pull it. Again, the location with the pitch up.
Number 41.
I think he thought he might have hit it out, and almost did at the base of the wall. And Cespedes could only play the ball back in off the wall for a double.
So Tigers trying to add on to their lead as Victor Martinez will hit. Victor Martinez just 2 hits in his last 20 at bats, and he rips that one to right into the glove of Reddick. So Victor Martinez went after a high fastball. He hit it well, but it's an out.
And Prince Fielder has started towards third, and by the time the ball was in Reddick's glove, he had no chance. I mean, that was hit so hard by Victor Martinez trying to advance the runner. But Prince Fielder can run, considering his size, much faster than you might think, but it's one of those where it was hit so hard he had no chance to get back to the bag and think about tagging. And reputation that Josh Reddick has, not too many guys run on him anyway.
Alex Avila steps in. Avila, a line out and a strikeout. A couple of home runs for Avila. It's interesting, the Tigers, who have a very powerful lineup, and we've seen it tonight with the 3-run homer by Prince Fielder, but it was just their 6th home run this year in this their 10th game, which that will certainly change. That doesn't mean they're not scoring runs, because they are.
And I still think that's a factor of the cold weather.
Yeah.
You get back and they train in Florida. Spring training is going to be in warm climate, Arizona or Florida. All of a sudden you head north and you're going to put on heavy sweatshirts and turtlenecks and hand warmers. And you say, I have to hit.
Sky to Coco Crisp. He's going to make the catch. Prince Fielder will tag up, and he'll head to third, and that's where he'll be with 2 outs. Time now for our AT&T Trivia answer. Name the 4 teams to win the AL pennant in consecutive seasons since 1988.
Number 27, Johnny.
Of course, we said the A's. Blue Jays, 2 years they won the World Series. Also, last time they've been to the postseason. Yankees and their great run. And the Rangers, 2010. And then also very close to winning their first World Championship in 2011. Johnny Peralta is 0 for 2. Peralta will be a free agent after this season.
Well, they're playing him to right field, and he has a very good inside-out swing. Austin Jackson has been perfect tonight with the type of swing that we normally see from Derek Jeter. Michael Young, of course, who's now with the Phillies.
And that time, Colon comes inside, and Peralta just fights it off, but that's not the pitch he likes to hit. Prince Fielder is the runner at third. He started this inning with a double.
And a pitch down and in, and would Bartolo try to go back door with a 2-seamer, bring it back, or he could cut it to the outside part of the plate, and or even go back inside. They're going to stay away from him on this particular pitch.
Just a little bit high to even the count at 2-2. Swing and a miss. Went upstairs a little bit. Peralta strikes out. Side retired. So Reddick's going to hit second when we come back. Tigers 3, A's 1.
about the most hits this season by players with new teams? Torrey Hunter, always happy, 17. Jed Lowry with the Athletics in 16. Carl Crawford, the Dodgers, 14, as well as Jose Reyes and Lance Berkman and Shin Soo Choo, Texas and Cincinnati, respectively. So, welcome Jed Lowry and all of his hits with a new club. And I'm sure the Tigers are very happy to have Torrey Hunter. His ears must have been burning the way we were talking about him last night, huh?
Oh, yeah. We were saying nice things about him.
Absolutely. That's why those ears were burning nicely.
If that's possible.
Of course. And don't you know that Torrey's in the visiting dugout looking at that out-of-town scoreboard as you described what's happening down in Anaheim? And
so what do you think's going through his mind?
Well, I think he's a little sympathetic. He doesn't want to see his former team playing as poorly as they are. But I think he's also, after reading some of the comments after he was told that basically they didn't have the money, and so he was not going to be re-signed, and he ends up signing with the Tigers, which they're very happy to get him. And then the Angels come out of nowhere and sign Josh Hamilton.
But what you're saying is, ball players generally, he's not going to sit there and go, see? I mean, they're not a gloating group. Doesn't seem like.
But I would think that in this West Coast swing, he's talking pitching with Mr. Pfister there, but on this West Coast swing, he's going to have fun in Anaheim.
Sure.
Maybe bring out the Toy Town signs again.
Lowry going the other way. Fair ball. And Lowry with the leadoff double.
A cap we saw last night with the pitchers of the Angels, how they started to elevate some pitches as they started pitching deep in the game. Look at the height of this pitch. And actually Avila, just watching him right before, he gave the high target, and maybe he wanted to go up the ladder to change the eyesight, but Jed Lowry took it to the opposite field, just like what Prince Fielder has done tonight a couple of times. And that's excellent hitting by the A's switch hitting shortstop. So he starts the inning with a double. Sogard did the same back in the third inning. He scored on an error by the pitcher, so the A's like to generate some offense. 89th pitch, about 4 at Scherzer.
Reddick hits one hard into right field, a base hit. Kelly comes up throwing, and the throw is light. Lowry scores, and it's 3-2.
Oh, that had to feel great for Josh Reddick. His third at bat, hadn't played since Sunday. Not much batting practice, and finds the whole couple of guys diving. Again, Scherzer left the pitch up, and Josh Reddick found the groove right between. And Mike Gallego's not going to waste any time. Let's go. Jed Lowry, good speed, ball hit to the right side, got a good jump. And don't look back. It's gone through. Mike Gallego will send you, and he did exactly that to make it a one-run game.
So Lowry double, Reddick single, and it's 3-2.
Because there's a case of a hitter, very good hitting by Josh Reddick. He was simply trying to hit the ball to the right side to advance Lowry. And the old get him over, get him in, and that's exactly what he did. He got him in himself, hitting the ball to the right side.
So here's Cespedes, first pitch a bit outside. Smiley the lefty, Villarreal the righty. The crowd tonight, 21,377. Very vocal right from the get-go. Strike down around the knees. Good pitch there by Scherzer.
Down at the lower part of the strike zone. That's an excellent pitch. You're not going to do much with that except do what Cespedes did, and that's take it. The hitter, you like to be aggressive, but also disciplined and swing your pitch, not necessarily what the pitcher wants you to swing at.
So they're making Scherzer work, and they really have, even though he has struck out a lot of guys. But said it earlier, he throws a lot of pitches, and he does at times have trouble working deep into games. Swing and a miss. Off speed, 2-2.
There's the hanging slider. Just could not catch up to it. Left it up in the zone, and Cespedes swung right through it. Just opened up maybe a tad too much. Got a big swing, just no contact.
Moss waiting in the on-deck circle. Got it swinging. Went to the fastball for strikeout number 9.
But the pitch he had was a hanging slider, and it went back to the hard stuff. And very difficult, as we've seen tonight, for hitters to make solid contact with a good fastball from Max Scherzer. That's a credit to him for being able to challenge the hitters the way he does. 94 pitches.
First pitch to Moss, fouled straight back. You know who Max Scherzer looks like, don't you?
Johnny Dasco. How about
just
that?
Like Johnny Dasco. Of course, the great radio play-by-play voice for the Sacramento River Cats, and he was with us at the beginning of last year. I mean, I think it's him.
I do too. I think Johnny's doubling as a broadcaster and a starting pitcher for the Tigers.
Have you ever seen Johnny Dasco and Max Scherzer in the same spot? No.
I just wonder if Max Scherzer has had a bobblehead that has the nose that bobbles instead of...
That's right. And I'll be getting a text from Johnny Dasco here in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Well, Johnny brought his bobblehead and showed it. He's a good man.
Oh, we love Johnny Dasco. Moss fouls it straight back on the high fastball. So 0-2. Crowd's been good tonight. Vocal.
Well, the great thing about this game, and granted, Prince Fielder hit a 3-run home run, but what the A's have done is battle back, and the most important part of it is that Bartolo Colon has not allowed another run. It's unfortunately allowed the 3-run home run, but at least the A's have come back to make it a 1-run game. And Max Scherzer in the 6th inning, another great sinking fastball that Brandon Moss could not go down and get it.
Number 5, John.
So with the exception of the first 2 strikeouts, Lowry and Reddick, that's the 10th. 8 have been swinging. 2 called strike 3s to the first 2 batters. And they might have been questioning strikes at the time.
Jaso has struck out once and he has singled. The A's have 5 hits in the game. 3 singles, a couple doubles. Outside corner called the strike. I don't think Jaso agreed with that one.
I think it's been kind of a fun night for the home plate umpire Paul Norris, because he has 2 strike throwers, and Scherzer we've seen, and Bartolo Colon the same for the Athletics, so that makes it a nice night for a home plate umpire.
And Scherzer gets the strikeout. So the A's get a run. Scherzer comes back and strikes out the final 3 hitters. So on to the 7th. It's the Tigers 3 and the A's 2. Resort. Cache Creek is giving away 16 cars guaranteed. Visit cachecreek.com for information. Good ball game tonight. 3-2. The Tigers leading the A's. Bartolo Colon goes back to work here in the 7th. Colon has given up 8 hits, one of them a 3-run homer. Mr. Prince Fielder. He has not walked anybody, and he has struck out 5. Doing his thing right around the plate. 74 pitches through 6 innings. First pitch to Don Kelly is a bit high. Swing and a miss. Yankees beat the Orioles tonight 5-2 in New York. Well, the Yankees have won 4 straight. See, Ryan Cook starts to throw for the Athletics. Sabathia got the win. Now it's 1-2. Rivera got a save.
That's following a couple of rain out, snow out, cold outs. And
they haven't played in a while. Career save number 610 for Mariano Rivera. And the Yankees turned a double play in the, turned a triple play in that game. And the triple play went 4-6, 5-6, 5-3-4. Basically, there was rundowns going on at the same time. Balls were tossed around in the infield.
It started out as a ground ball to short, flipped to second. He threw to third, and ensued was the rundown, and that guy was out. Machado had gotten a rundown, trying to go to second, and he was out too.
There was 2 rundowns that were taken care of by the Yankees.
Best part was hearing Gary Thorne, the great broadcaster, describe it.
Did a pretty good job too.
That's the big batter in Kelly after falling behind, has taken it 3-2.
Colon kicks, payoff pitch on the ground. Lowry backhands, and that's good enough to get Don Kelly.
That's an excellent play by Lowry, and something that Mike Gallego, the A's infield coach, talks about. Exactly the way Lowry handled the ball. He set himself up to backhand the ball, positioning himself. And people say, well, get in front of the ball. But Gags teaches this: backhand, and he's positioned to throw. Comes up quickly and an accurate throw to first base. Textbook. Remember the play in Anaheim when he made the error when Harris ran in front of him? He was trying to set himself up because he felt that Harris is not going to be running the balls in front of him. And he peeked up when he saw Harris. So what are you doing? And that's when he just missed the ball. But
we thought that may have been what happened.
Yeah, he peaked just because, again, Harris broke late. Shouldn't have been running in the first place. And then made up.
Cespedes fighting the lights a little bit. So Santiago hits a line drive, but it's caught by Cespedes.
You know how special Mike Gallego is?
Sure,
I'll tell you in a minute. I mean, he's a great guy. You're right. He turned to the side, did Cespedes. And there's the light, so he takes it over the side saddle and watches the ball right in the glove. But Steve Filoni, the ticket office, puts together these great season tickets. And Mike Gallego, you got all these players going back to last season. Mike Gallego is on one of the season tickets. So the fans who
So you're talking about the pictures that are on the actual ticket. Yeah, they're great.
Season tickets are great.
Very cool.
Action. And there's Mike Gallego right there, the Gags man.
Jam shot. Jackson's retired. Colon is retired 6 in a row, and it is 7th inning stretch time at the O.Co Coliseum. 3-2 Detroit. He's a left-hander. His name is Drew Smyly. So, as we like to say, the wheels are turning a little bit here at the Coliseum as far as strategy goes. And when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. Lefty Drew Smyly comes in. And we showed you Chris Young, who is going to hit. Fourth appearance for Smyly, pitching out of the bullpen.
Couple of different fastballs. He'll also throw the cutter, curveball, and change. And kind of remember the game 3 of the series in Detroit last season, that big 10-game road trip. Smyly came in. The A's actually won 12-4, but it was Smyly who gave a bases clearing double to one Seth Smith. Had him 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, and Smitty hit. And this was a lefty on lefty. Hit a ball to right center to drive home all 3 runs. So Max Scherzer got the pitch count up a little bit. A lot of strikeouts, and Joe Malin going to his bullpen for what he hopes is the final 3. The A's would like to make it 2.
So Smyly, the left-hander, his first pitch is a strike to Chris Young. Seth Smith had a couple of strikeouts in his 2 at-bats. Facing the left-hander, or Young is now facing the left-hander. Donaldson will be next, and then Sogar.
Seth Smith probably remembers the bases clearing double hit in Comerica Park off of this lefty.
So now 1-2. Smyly got to the big leagues last year, as Ray talked about some of the pitching he did last year against the A's. This year has made the team out of spring training. Now Smiley's ready. This one's popped just to our right, foul. In fact, Smyly was actually kind of in the running for maybe the 5th spot in the rotation in spring training.
And we were talking Rick Porcello as a possible closer.
Exactly.
Porcello started, of course, but Leland was doing a lot.
But when it was all said and done, Porcello stayed in the rotation, and Smyly went to the bullpen.
Who was the big hard-throwing right-hander?
Rondon?
Yeah.
All right, I think that's how they pronounce it.
Yeah,
he's like the big prospect for the Tigers.
100-mile-an-hour flamethrower. Had a tough time throwing strikes.
They thought maybe he would be their closer, but he's in the minor leagues.
See, Alex Avila, the catcher, and there's sometimes a catcher will use the outside signs. He's just tapping different parts of the shin guard chest protector right there instead of giving signs with his fingers.
And Young chases a ball in the dirt. So that's the 12th strikeout by A's hitters tonight, and it's only the 7th inning.
Well, he is tall, Smyly is, and right over the top of the breaking ball and buried it into the ground. It's blocked by Avila. Did a great job of blocking the strike 2 pitch and made the tag.
Donaldson with a couple of fly balls to right field. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner. The Blue Jays won tonight in Kansas City 8-4. That's the good news. The bad news is their very fine shortstop Jose Reyes was carted off the field. Sliding into second base, he sprained his ankle. That's the initial diagnosis anyways. Carted off the field. He's going to have an MRI later on this evening. That game just went final. So right now they're saying a sprained ankle.
And there was another player last year carted off in Kansas City named Mariano Rivera.
Yep. There's a little bit of a awkward slide by Jose Reyes. One of those where he wasn't sure if he should slide or not, which is the worst in between you can possibly be if you're on the base paths. Line drive, right center field. That's going to get down. Kelly gets it back in quickly. A double for Donaldson, and that's the tying run.
Smart hitter, folks. He can hit. He knows how to hit. And Josh Donaldson, who crushed a home run in Anaheim last night, couldn't have hit a better pitch. Opposite field double on a fastball from Smiley. Found the gap in right center, and the outfield, Dirk's player, Kelly playing deep, cut it off, but thinking two all the way was Josh Donaldson. And you know, watching him run, he said to me tonight, he said, I'm glad I don't have your knees. And he said, I'm glad I don't have to catch. Because he wouldn't be able to run that way.
Yeah, he's got pretty good speed.
Yes, he does. Very good speed. And, of course, being able to play third base the way he does.
So here's a pinch hitter, Andy Perino. He's a switch hitter. He's going to hit for Sogard.
A good night for Eric Sogard defensively. So he had the big double and scored the first run on an error by Scherzer. Perino last night getting his first start and had a great hustle double early for the first run that resulted in the first run for the A's.
So Perino with a chance to tie up this ball game. First pitch, he goes around on that big curveball, 75 miles an hour. The veteran Octavio Dotel starts to throw. Perino fouls that one at home plate. That one was running in on the hands of Perino. Cook's been throwing for a while. Now Doolittle gets up.
And the nice thing from Bob Melvin having Coco Crisp top of the batting order, another switch hitter, so he will turn around about right-handed, or depending on what the matchups are for Dotel, he might come in to keep Coco left-handed. But the fact that Coco is switch hitter, that helps.
0-2 pitch to Perino. Hit toward the shortstop. Peralta flips it across, and that's out number 2. Donaldson holds. So now it's going to be up to Coco Crisp. So Ray, we've seen Coco in these opportunities, and he likes to swing early right-handed.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Absolutely. But you saw the first pitch thrown to Perino. That curveball down. He was looking fastball and got the curveball.
Coco 1 for 3. Singled in the first, stole a couple bases, but was stranded. Right on the outside corner, good fastball from Smiley.
And he might have been thinking curveball also, because that was a pretty good pitch to hit.
Drew Smiley. Now it's 0-2. That's the
hard curveball.
Yeah. Smiley, a left-hander who throws over the top, which you don't see very often from a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, that's a good point, because he throws over the top, which with his height, that makes it very difficult for the hitters to pick up.
Vila and Smiley making sure they're on the same page. Not a bad idea at this point in the game. 0-2 pitch. Fastball low. Outfield is in a couple steps. They'd like to have a shot at Donaldson on a base hit to the outfield.
And Donaldson will be off on contact, not being held at second because the infielders want to hold their positions.
Broken bat over Peralta's head. That's a base hit, and we're going to be tied.
Well, great hitting by Coco Chris, trying to go inside with a fastball, and Coco beat him. Opened up, might have fractured his bat a little bit. He did, but main thing, he got over Peralta's head, and he's playing deep. Hard enough hit, no chance to throw out Donaldson, so Dirks just flipped the ball back in. But Coco Chris, left or right, it does not matter. Right now, he's as hot as anybody. Shows power. In this case, a big 2-out. Run scoring single, now still second, and get in position to score the go-ahead run.
First pitch to Lowry is outside. Coco gets his 7th RBI.
And Max Scherzer gets a no decision.
Lowry is 1 for 3. He doubled and scored in the 6th.
The Tigers have to be thinking, this crowd again acting and reacting the way they did last October in 3 games here with the Tigers in the division series, who came out on top.
Again stole a couple of bases in the first inning. We've now got 4 on the season. Coco was going. Now he's got to scramble back.
Amazing quickness, isn't it? That he can start and he sees the pitcher deciding to throw to first, and then to be able to stop and react quickly enough to get back ahead of the tag. And he was legitimately trying to steal, but Smiley with a very good move. And I think what Smiley did, he showed that he was throwing to first by looking home, and that's when he decided to throw first.
Coco not running. Outside again, 2-0.
Still think if you're hit in this situation, as difficult as it is sometimes because of so many throwovers to first base, you can think that the concentration, in this case of Smiley's on Coco, you might get a very good pitch to hit. You just have to have the patience with the amount of throwovers that usually occur with someone like Coco at first.
Hit high, 3-0. Reddick will be next. Lowry taking all the way, and he takes a stride. Astros still leading the Angels 5-0 in the 6th inning. Seattle still leading Texas 3-1 in the 7th inning. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. So Smiley not afraid to throw something off speed. He did it on 3-1.
Well, the thing that Smiley is doing is going with his catcher, and Alex Avila, a very good catcher with regard to calling a game, setting up hitters. Now, Prince Field is going to hold Coco. They do not want to give Coco a chance to not be held and get a bigger jump off first base. So he'll have to make sure the pitch goes to the plate before he takes off.
And there is the pitch, and it's fouled back by Lowry.
And this is a smart move on the Tigers' part, because of Coco's speed, if he's on the move and not being held, a base hit could score him, and it would be almost like he's starting at second base with his speed. So all Lowry has to do is hit a gap. Coco will score anyway.
So we'll do the 3-2 again with Coco taking off. And the pitch hit on the ground to Peralta. He will go the long way toward first. Side retired. Coco Crisp with a big 2-out RBI single, and we're on to the 8th inning, and we got a tie ball game.
On Comcast Sportsnet California is brought to you by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
So thanks to the RBI single by Coco Crisp, this game is tied as we have reached the 8th inning. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. Sean Doolittle comes in for appearance number 5. He's been very good so far. We're not surprised by that. Andy Perino stays in the game after pinch hitting. He's at second base.
And Torrey Hunter will hit for Dirks.
So Sean Doolittle, a good challenge. Hunter Cabrera, fielder. First pitch to Torrey Hunter is a bit high.
Similar to his major league debut last year when he faced the power right-handers of the Rangers. The Power Rangers, as they call them.
Torrey Hunter's having a terrific season. .405 is his batting average. 17 for 42. 6 RBIs. He's got 3 doubles. Does not have a home run yet. Miss. Passed.
Trying to get his first there.
Yep. Not much for pinch hitting. No surprise there with the fact that he's in the starting lineup every night. Almost every night. Right center playable. And that's out number 1.
And Torrey Hunter for many years of Minnesota Twins, then signed the 5-year contract with the Angels, so he went from the Metrodome to the outdoors The warm weather of Anaheim now back to the Central Division, but not indoors any longer. Outdoors at Comerica Park in the Central Division. Definitely one of the good guys in the game, and Tigers have to be fortunate to have him.
Here's Cabrera. I'm looking at Torrey Hunter's numbers from his 5 years in Los Angeles, right? You know, talk about consistency. This is home runs, RBIs. 21 and 78, 22 and 90, 23 and 90, 23 and 82, 16 and 92. That's very good production. More action for Coco Crisp as he's going to get Cabrera. That's out number 2. Well, tomorrow it's Saturday night on the ice with the San Jose Sharks. The season is winding down. The playoffs are close, folks. The Sharks road trip makes its way to Dallas, Texas. They take on the Stars. Coverage begins at 4:30 with Sharks pregame live, and you get complete Sharks coverage every night at Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. Two outs, Prince Fielder. First pitch is low. So it is now a bullpen game that usually swings the game in the favor of the Athletics. A's have already scored a run off the Tigers bullpen.
Well, the pitch is hit by Prince Fielder tonight. Left center, left field line. Fastball is up from the happy guy, Bartolo Colon.
Crowd thought it was a strike. Maybe Doolittle did as well. Paul Nauert did not think so. Good night for Fielder. And that one hit hard. Nice play by Lowry. Spins around and throws him out. 3 up, 3 down inning for Doolittle. Bottom of the 8th coming up. 3-3 game. Before the game, Josh Reddick receives his 2012 Gold Glove. And then when the game started, a big blow from Prince Fielder, a 3-run homer in the 3rd inning. Bartolo Colon was able to settle down and allow the A's to fight back, which they did. Reddick with an RBI single. And that made it a 3-2 game. And then Coco Crisp, broken bat single in the 7th inning. And that hit tied the game. And we are still tied going to the bottom of the 8th inning. Scherzer struck out 11 in 6 innings, but he's going to get a no decision. And so is Bartolo Colon. That's your game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Smiley still out there. He threw 24 pitches in that 7th inning. So it looks like Jim Leland wanted Smiley to face the left-handed hitting Reddick.
And with Cespedes, the right-hander, between the lefty Reddick and Moss. And remember that this game started 7 lefties on the lineup against Max Scherzer. And a lot of times you do opposite, lefty-righty, so it does not enable a pitcher to pitch to. In this case, a lot of lefties back-to-back, so that's why Dotel is warming up again.
1-2 now to Reddick, who's 1 for 3. We just showed you that RBI hit in the 6th inning. Balfour loosening up.
What do you think about the RBI single by Reddick in the 6th inning? If Mike Gallego does not send Jed Lowry, next 3 batters struck out. He would not have scored based on what happened.
Very close pitch. Reddick may have got a break there. Close pitch, and it's 3-2.
It's amazing he has taken the last 2, and both have gone his way.
Good swing there, fouled it back.
I would think that Alex Avila wanted a breaking pitch, and he shook him off and went back to the fastball. Maybe the way Reddick has taken some of his breaking pitches, didn't want to take a chance of walking them by throwing another one.
Another 3-2. And a breaking ball, and it was a good one. So Reddick strikes out looking. Looked like a pretty good pitch.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. A very good breaking pitch, and to cross the plate, and Reddick thought it was ball 4. He was hoping it was anyway, as looked like the pitch was good.
So here's Cespedes. 13 strikeouts now for the A's.
And Jim Leland with the strikeout to Reddick, and with Moss, the lefty, in the on-deck circle, followed by Jaso. Decided to leave the lefty in to face Cespedes instead of having Dotel face Moss on the right side.
So you probably hold your breath a little bit, though, if you're Jim Leland and
Jeff Jones. Yeah,
this at bat here.
Yeah, you make that decision.
I guess what it really comes down to, Ray, is do you like Smiley versus Cespedes more than you like Dotel against Moss, right? Because if you bring Dotel in to face Cespedes, he's going to stay in the game to face Moss.
Exactly right.
Unless you have another lefty warming up down there, which is not the case.
And the only other thing that Smiley and Avila might be thinking is pitch this guy carefully so he doesn't hit a home run.
Yeah.
And even if you put him on, you got the lefties coming up. Now, pretty good chance that Derek Norris would pinch hit for Jaso if it gets to that point and Smiley stays in the game. Give him the green light, 3-0. If he gets a fastball, hit it out.
And on 4 pitches, Cespedes takes the walk. Well, join us tonight on A's Post Game Live for the A-Team. It's back, folks. It'll be a special presentation of us broadcasters, Korak, Catronio, Fossey, Kuiper. We're going to get together, have an unscripted roundtable discussion about tonight's game. It's only on A's Post Game Live and on 95.7 The Game after the game. So keep it right here. The A-Team is coming up. We do it on Friday nights when we're at home. It's fun to dissect the game a little bit, get the thoughts of guys in the radio.
Benny always gets dressed up for the A-Team, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's stylish.
Benny goes TV on us, tightens it up a little bit.
Got his free Comcast Sportsnet California jacket on that he decided to wear tonight.
He only wears that on Friday night home games. Oh, that's the night we do the 18th.
I just happened to bring my jacket.
Moss has struck out swinging 3 times. Cespedes, a real big lead, and there's a strike. Amazing baseball. Moss, it's an unbelievable series in Anaheim.
But I think
comes home, strikes out 3 times.
Tigers must have been watching those videos and said, we can't pitch him the same way. And Brandon Moss, needless to say, is not getting the same type of pitches he saw in Anaheim.
Oh, 0-2. Smiley's going to go to first. So that's Jaso, another left-handed hitter waiting in the on-deck circle. Cespedes goes, and Moss rips it foul right into the seats just past the A's dugout. So Cespedes was on the move that time. Cespedes does not have a stolen base yet this year.
Kind of lulled the Tigers to sleep because they didn't pay that much attention to him, unlike Coco Crisp. Went on the first move, got a great jump, but with a couple of strikes, Moss had to protect.
So, just like that, Smiley now starts to keep a closer eye on Cespedes. He is the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 8th. And there he goes, and it's a swing and a foul ball, and Avila was hit. Not exactly sure how he got hit or where it hit him.
It might have been the backswing. Now Moss is, they're calling it a foul ball. Now Moss is good leaving the plate.
But did they call it a foul ball though?
Well, the umpire was waving Cespedes back to first. They hit him in the head, but
he did not make contact.
Well, and you cannot send the runner back to first base on a ball where the hitter follows through and hits the catcher in the helmet. I'm sorry, that's just not.
Well, that's true. Well, when he raises his hands, is he calling timeout?
Yeah, but that's.
You know, that maybe that was it. I don't know.
Yeah, but wasn't Cespedes running? Well, he was running to second base on a stolen base.
So it shouldn't matter.
He was running,
he takes off.
Yeah, so this would have been a stolen base. He's not going on what would have been a wild pitch or a ball in the dirt. That is. Bob Melvin went out and argued, so he got an explanation somehow from the home plate umpire, but I don't know. I've never seen that where a follow through hits the catcher and it's a dead ball and the runner can't advance, but the runner was running.
It would be interesting to find out what was said to the manager. I'm sure Bob will tell us if we ask him.
Well, I will say, from a catcher standpoint, that's why you wear a helmet.
Yeah, looks like it hit him right on top.
Right on top. Stunned him.
So 2 outs now for Jaso, who is 1 for 3. Cespedes not running, and there's a strike.
Well, you said earlier about, do you want a Smiley to face Reddick and then Moss? Cespedes in between, and here's a case where Norris would possibly pinch hit. So do you want him to face Dotel? Do you want Smiley to face Jaso? Or the fact that it's a tie game, you don't want to give up another player hitter in this case in Norris and pinch hitting. It's not like the A's are behind. They are tied, and they will have the final at bat.
Remember, Perino and Young are both in the game. They began the game as bench players.
There's Nate Fryman with the bat. No helmet.
So 0-1. Cespedes runs. Fielder's throw to second base is high, but Peralta's able to get the tag down. Cespedes is out, and that's the end of the inning. So we are going to the 9th inning, and we are tied 3-3. Position, and it looks like they're looking at his hand, whether it be his left hand or his right hand. I'm not exactly sure.
See what happens when it goes in. Jams his right hand right there. See him jam his right hand to the ground. And we have seen him in the past when he slides, bam, right there.
And then that was the other hand.
And the other hand too. So he both of them. Yeah.
And it was kind of strange, right? Because it didn't really look like he had to do that.
Right.
Watch the right one, and then the left one comes over top.
And it's probably the left, probably more than the right. That's what jammed right there when he tumbled over.
And like I said, folks, he has been out there for a while, and he's going to head out to left. So that's great to see, but a little bit scary. All right, so Cespedes is going to stay in the game. So the A's have gone back to their bullpen after Doolittle had a very nice 1-2-3 8th inning. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and small experts. So kind of the luxury you have of being the home team, you can use your closer in a tie game in the 9th inning. And that's exactly what Bob Melvin is doing.
Kite went next door, and then, a little confusion on the play in which Moss struck out, hit Alex Avila in the head. And watch for Avila as he goes down to block the ball. He's in the dirt blocking it. That evidently was called batter's interference when the follow-through by Moss hit Avila. But Avila went to his right to block the ball. And I think Paul Nard was sending Cespedes back to first. I've never seen that. It wasn't as if the intent was there for the follow-through to hit the catcher. And especially since the ball was in the dirt, the catcher was blocking the ball, which put him in a position to where the follow-through got him. So that evidently was the explanation that Bob Melvin got, that it was batter interference. But it worked out in the Tigers' favor because Cespedes was running, and with the ball in the dirt, he would have had stolen base, second stolen inning.
Yeah.
And B.I.'s got the rule book. What do you got, Willa? B.I.? You want to read it to me?
Balfour in to face Victor Martinez, and then Alex Avila and then Peralta. So 9th inning of a 3-3 game. The A's scored single runs in the 6th and in the 7th to tie this thing up. Tigers scored all 3 of their runs on the Prince Fielder home run in the 3rd inning. Balfour. See, Balfour's last appearance was on Tuesday in Game 1 of the series in Anaheim. And Martinez helping Balfour out, swinging at a high pitch, 2-1. So I guess then you don't have to be attempting the throw to second base to have interference called.
Yeah, B.I. had the rule book, and Eddie Montague might have brought the rule book over and said that interpretation has been changed to where it's the umpire's discretion of whether the batter interfered. But there was no interference because Avila was not trying to throw the ball, he was just trying to catch it and block it.
I guess the question is, what was Moss interfering with?
To me, nothing. He's just following through with his swing.
Because he's not attempting to throw to second base.
He was just simply, the ball happened to be in the dirt. Now, if the ball had been a strike that he caught and the follow through had hit him, then he's trying to throw and could not throw. But I think it's the difference is the catcher blocking the ball in the dirt and puts himself in the direct line of a follow through of the bat. Well, moot point, because I mean, and Cespedes wouldn't have gotten hurt either because he'd have been standing second.
There's Avila waiting in the on-deck circle. Martinez is 0 for 3. A foul out, a fly out, and a line out. He's really struggling in the early going. And that one's hit to right field. Reddick going back near the wall, and he leaps at the wall, and he caught it. Reddick got back, and he leaped right at the right time, and he made a terrific catch.
You know, Kipe, I think the A's outfield, especially Reddick, played no doubles. He was very deep because the ball was hit very hard by Victor Martinez. He got back and then jumped up. Yeah, he's close to the warning track, played it perfectly, and got right above the MLB sign. And that is why a Gold Glove in his locker, and deservedly so. He played that perfectly, and if he misses it, Victor Martinez might have been at third base because it would have carried him that hard off the wall. So that is the beginning of a new Gold Glove in 13.
Avila had a big swing. He fouled it back.
Yeah, Josh Reddick, because he was playing a little bit deeper, knew that a couple of steps he was going to hit the warning track, then had about 3 steps before the wall, timed his jump perfectly up against the wall, and made the catch. There's a slider down and in, and Martinez really opened up his hands perfectly.
Hit hard, but foul. Nice play down the line. Protecting the pitcher.
He knows it too, yeah?
Give a little point. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Ball Boy's got a little bit of flair in him down there.
He does now.
Yeah, he's digging himself. That's pretty good. Nice play.
One and two now to Avila. He is 0 for 3. A line out, a strikeout, and a fly out.
Just off the plate, but that ball was called a strike when Scherzer was pitching a couple of times by Paul Nard.
Foul back, high fastball. Houston 5, the Angels nothing, 8th inning. And Seattle still leading Texas 3-1. That game now in the 8th inning. Taking his time, now steps back in. Outfield very deep, shaded slightly toward left center. And Avila swings over top that breaking ball. Ends up fouling off his foot.
Well, a bat off the helmet and the ball off his foot. It's from your
head to toe.
I got the upper shin of the ankle. Wow. It's one thing to take the damage as a catcher, or foul balls, or in case of follow throughs hitting the helmet. Might want to go back to his original position. He's a late bloomer as a catcher.
Cespedes is still working that hand a little bit, or in this case, maybe both hands. So Avila seems to be okay. Easy for me to say. Joaquin Benoit. About for kicks, the 1-2 pitch. Low the fastball. The Rays and the Red Sox were rained out tonight at Fenway. They will play a doubleheader on the 18th of June. Of course, they're in the same division, so they see each other play. So rain in Boston. Swing and a miss, struck him out.
Tomorrow is a big day. A lot of things going on. The Oakland A's will celebrate Earth Day by giving away redwood tree seedlings to 10,000 fans after the 105 game against the Detroit Tigers. The redwood giveaway is sponsored by FSC Certified Mendocino Redwood and the Home Depot. Proud to be part of the A's ongoing commitment to be environmentally responsible. For more information and tickets, call 877-493-BALL or visit oaklandathletics.com. And do not drop the seedlings on the field. Claywood does not want trees growing on this beautiful stadium ground.
Peralta rips one to center for a hit. So Peralta goes after the first pitch.
Good curveball to finish off Alex Avila. Hard curveball, but Peralta looking for and got his first pitch fastball. Supposed to be inside, left it a little bit away.
Now batting.
And nice hitting by Peralta.
So Don Kelly will hit. Kelly a fly ball to left, a pop out to second, and a ground out to short. Two outs here in the top of the ninth. In the bottom of the ninth, the A's will have Jaso, Young, and Donaldson. The Indians walked off tonight. 1-0 winners against the White Sox, and it was Nick Swisher who had a walk-off RBI single. Tribe beats the White Sox. Kelly checked his swing, did not go.
Well, game 2 at Comerica Park, ALDS, and this was Kelly. A fly ball, and that would be a walk-off. A game that the A's should have won. Cabrera, a fly ball to center field that was not caught. And the A's should have retained the lead. They did not, but that was a big one for the Tigers to win game 2 in a division series that would change because of the second wild card, forcing the A's to start the division series in Detroit instead of having the second best record and starting at home. And that changed it. But A's took it to game 5. Lamont, bench coach or third base coach for Jim Leland, former manager of the White Sox, former catcher.
Reddick is chasing down a ball out in right field. So he takes care of that. So Kelly steps back in. 2-1 is the count. Benoit and Dotel, and another ball is loose, so they're going to have to call timeout again. Dotel just whistled one past the catcher. So apparently Dotel does not have his best control tonight. Maybe that's the guy we want to have in there. He could walk a couple guys. And Dotel just threw another one in the dirt, and the bullpen catcher smothered it. And it rolled away from him. And another pitch has rolled out into right field from Dotel. I'm not even making this up now, Ray.
Well, the fans reacted the way they did. I thought something serious had happened. Well, seriously, it did happen. Dotel.
I think he's doing it on purpose now. So the count is 3-1. Sorry about the sideshow down in the Tigers bullpen.
Yeah, because meanwhile it is 3-1. That's not good for Grant Balfour.
And Kelly, a line shot into the glove of Perino. Side retired. Maybe it's time for the first walk-off win of the year. We're headed to the bottom of the 9th inning. Game, bottom of the 9th from the Coliseum. So maybe it's time for a walk-off. Haven't had a walk-off in a while, Ray.
Not since Game 4 last year.
That's like 6-7 months ago. I mean,
like the skipper.
Reddick's waiting.
Skipper was saying, somebody asked him in Anaheim about Moss walk-off. He said, which one you talking about? We had 14 last year, or 15. You know, which be a little bit more specific.
Smiley is still out there. He's thrown 40 pitches. Could be that Jim Leland wanted him to face Jaso.
Well, that's when Cespedes was picked off or thrown out. Jaso was hitting, so he was facing him when he was at the plate. Cespedes caught stealing.
So the first pitch to Jason is a fastball on the inside corner. So Smiley has been good in his 2 innings work. He did give up the run in the 7th, but it was a broken bat single by Coco Crisp. The A's trying to get to him here in the ninth. Close pitch, call the ball, 1-1. Dotel has been up in the bullpen for like 2 innings. He's just been standing there for a couple innings.
And gone through 3 dozen baseballs.
The Tigers have 3 left-handers in their bullpen. Darren Downs and Phil Koch along with Smiley. So they're a 4 righty, 3 lefty bullpen right now. So 2-2 the count. Jaso a strikeout, a single, and a strikeout. And he hits that one hard, but it's right at Peralta, who stays with it. And that is out number 1.
That time now for the AT&T U-verse Rewind. Josh Reddick receiving his first Gold Glove, and a wave to the fans as Reddick with his family. Here's with Rawlings Sporting Goods, and then how about a great catch to top it as Victor Martinez hitting for extra bases. Josh Reddick played it perfectly, leaping and catching the ball against the wall to rob Victor Martinez of extra bases.
So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change tune-up and spa experts. Tigers have gone to their bullpen again. It's Octavio Dotel. Dotel, now 39 years old in his 15th year in the big leagues. 2nd year with the Tigers.
Sneaky fastball and slider. That's about it for the veteran Dotel. He's had him as a closer many years ago. Amazing that he's been able to retain the velocity.
Faces Chris Young. On deck is Donaldson. Looked like a slider that backed up a little bit, and Young swung through it. Young has struck out 3 times.
Looked like it was ball 2. Stayed inside. I think the backup slider worked in the favor of Dotel.
Dotel won a World Series in 2011 with St. Louis.
Here's a good slider. Although not really sharp breaking slider, stayed in the middle, but it had the wrinkle to it. It seemed like every place Dotel would go, they'd win a World Series, go to postseason for sure.
Yep. 1-2 to Young. Setting up outside. And that one's hit towards center. Plenty of room for Austin Jackson, and that's out number 2. It's always fun to do with Octavio Dotel. Name the teams he has been with. You ready? Okay. Mets, Astros, A's, Yankees, Royals, Braves, White Sox, Pirates, Dodgers, Rockies, Blue Jays, Cardinals, Tigers. That's awesome.
And what is that song? I've been everywhere, man.
Yes, he has.
And if he took a decal of every team he's played for and put it on a suitcase, that's perfect.
You should do that.
Yeah, it's like stamping your passport. Every city you've been in.
That one's hit to center. Jackson back. Room. So Donaldson just missed it. And we got extra innings, folks, in Oakland. 3-3 game.
Will celebrate the 40th anniversary of their 1973 World Series championship. 10,000 fans will receive a Reggie Jackson bobblehead presented by Pepsi. Reggie Jackson, Ronnie Finger, Sal Vandal, Joe Rudy, and many members are scheduled to attend along with a special pregame ceremony. For more information and tickets, you can call 877-493-BALL or visit OaklandAthletics.com/tickets.
We'll be here.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we will.
For the Athletics.
So we got a whole bunch of changes for the A's, and we'll explain those to you in a moment. It's a 3-3 game. It's the top of the 10th inning. All right, stay with us here. Nate Fryman comes in the game at first base. Brandon Moss goes from first base to left field. Cespedes goes from left field to center field. And Coco Crisp has come out of the game. We have not heard if there's a reason why. I'm sure there is. And when we hear it, we'll pass it on. But, so Cespedes to center, Moss to left, Fryman at first. So, there you have it. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. The new pitcher is Ryan Cook. So Cologne, Doolittle, Balfour, and Cook here in the 10th inning. His 5th appearance, and this is game number 11 for the Athletics. A's are trying to win their 9th consecutive game. Ramon Santiago leading things off. Bunts it, and it rolls foul.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, and I think a very important part of the A's season, the bullpen. And essentially what Bob Melvin's able to do is put his closer, Grant Balfour, in to pitch the ninth, give the A's a chance to hit the bottom of the ninth, and he brings in his all-star closer to pitch the 10th. So he's got a number of options in the bullpen, Ryan Cook being one, pitching the 10th.
So 1-1 to Santiago, who is 0 for 3. He'll be followed by Austin Jackson and Torrey Hunter. So with some real good hitters coming up after Santiago, he becomes a very important guy to get. Not only is he the leadoff man, but these are the guys behind him. Missed outside. 3-1. For Cook, he last pitched on Tuesday as well. There's a good fastball. Grabs the outside corner, full count. Santiago is a switch hitter. He slices that one. Well fouled down the left field line.
Good crowd, 21,377. That's a great Friday night crowd. Larger expected tomorrow for the Saturday afternoon second game of the series.
Lowry to his left, spins, throws, and a nice play by Jed Lowry to get the leadoff man Santiago.
And that, like you said, it's a big out because it does turn it over the top of the batting order by Lowry making the play, getting the first out. Jackson, although he does have a couple of hits, at least not able to sacrifice to put a runner in scoring position with the meat of the batting order coming up. Nice 360. Caught it, picked up his first baseman, who is a new first baseman, a rather tall first baseman, and Nate Fryman.
Jackson's had a good night, 2 for 4. Tigers have 9 hits. The A's have 7. There's been 1 error. That was turned out to be a costly one. What do you think about that? The A's got a huge break. That was back in the 3rd inning when Scherzer had Sogard picked off and he threw the ball away and Sogard scored. You almost forget about that, but
Scherzer didn't. I bet he didn't forget about it. I'd like to have it back. It's the big blow. Prince fielder.
Cook misses badly, and it's 3-0. Torrey Hunter next. Hunter came in the game. Strike here, and he does. Jackson has decent power. He has not homered yet this year. He has just 1 RBI, but towards center. Cespedes back. Stops. He's got it.
And if you're going to challenge a hitter 3-1, let the ball run in a little bit. That ball get on the hands of Austin Jackson, which is a good thing to do. And hit it the deepest part of the park, straight away center. The Comerica Park is much deeper than here at the Coliseum, but deep enough here that he couldn't drive it out.
So Torrey Hunter steps in for his second at bat. He hit a fly ball to center field in the 8th inning. Inside with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. That's a base hit to right field. Torrey Hunter makes a big turn and he puts on the brakes. Seen a lot more of that from Torrey Hunter the last couple of years, Ray.
Yeah.
Hitting the ball to the right side.
Well, he knew hitting in front of Cabrera, he just wanted to get it on base in front of him. He was not going to think about a double. He was going to round the bag aggressively. Josh Reddick, a good job getting to the ball, preventing him from thinking about going for two. But bottom line, I think Torrey Hunter realizes with the big man at the plate, he's in scoring position at first base. And that's why Torrey Hunter's at bat was big. He does reach base, and Cook has to face Cabrera.
First pitch, slider, inside corner strike.
Outfield playing very deep and no doubles. Very deep.
Swing and a miss. Another slider. Cabrera out in front that time. He was fooled, and you don't see him get fooled a whole lot.
Just hope he wasn't setting up Brian Cook with that big swing, and seeing hitters, great hitters, take a swing at a certain pitch thinking, okay, I've just shown you my swing. Now throw it again. I'll be ready to hit it.
Hunter runs. Ball's bounced towards short. Lowry straightens up. Side retired. Bottom of the 10th coming up from the Coliseum. We're tied at 3. Resort. Cache Creek is giving away 16 cars guaranteed. Visit cachecreek.com for information. Hayes will try to win it here in the bottom of the 10th. And they will try to do it against a new pitcher. And another left-hander. It's Darren Downs.
Similar to Smiley as far as his repertoire, but fastball low 90s, 2 and 4 seam, plus a cutter, curveball, and changeup. Hayes seeing this lefty, and maybe took Valverde's place. As far as everybody in the bullpen is pretty much the same except Downs. Valverde gone, but Downs is there now.
Downs spent 9.5 years in the minor leagues. And he finally got to the big league last year. He pitched in 18 games for the Tigers. So to say he's happy to be here would probably be an understatement.
Yeah.
So Andy Perino is going to lead it off. It'll be his second at bat. Perino, Crisp, and Lowry. I take that back. Not Coco Crisp. It's Nate Fryman. First pitch is inside. Derek Norris is the only position player that has not been used.
And I thought with the change route, I thought Chris Young was in center of assessment, has moved over, so the DH still is in play. So there's always that possibility. Is the DH, they could go to no DH and a pitcher in that spot. So Chris Young could be available as the final position player if Derek Norris does pinch hit.
Reno grounded out to the shortstop in the 7th inning. He did that against Smiley, so this is his second at bat right-handed as well. Pop up. That'll reach the seats. Crowd hanging in there pretty good tonight. What we've become used to. Gets a little chilly this time of night, especially in Greenville. Blevins loosening up. Darren Downs kicks. And a good swing there by Perino.
But after getting ahead 2-0, Perino's had a couple of good fastballs to swing. It just found them back. Guy spends this much time in the minor leagues. Somebody has to have seen him and try to pass along some information. Adam Roden, excellent at what he does. I'm sure he found out something about this left-hander.
Swing and a miss. What we found out there was a good hard slider from Darren Downs. A's have now struck out 15 times tonight.
A couple of fastballs that Perino not able to handle. Then he gets the old hard slider to the back foot, and that makes it very difficult.
Nate Fryman.
So here's Fryman. First at bat for Nate.
So he got his first hit in Houston, right?
Here.
Oh, is it here? Okay. It was an RBI single with 2 outs. So, but he hasn't hit a home run yet.
He has not. He could do it right now if he.
I'd love to see somebody jump on that tall guy for a walk-off. Wouldn't it be great?
We haven't interviewed him yet. We'd like to interview him.
And you know, as tall as he is, Reddick would have to jump to put a pound in his face.
We're just trying to move the situation along.
Set it up perfect.
Lowry will be next.
Reddick writing a note in the dirt in front of the dugout.
He got the fastball out over the plate, and now the count is 2-1.
Chance with the tall frame to let go. Just rolled over with the top hand on the pitch that was away. So he had pulled on his mind. Just couldn't get the pitch to do it.
Just inside. So again, in a good hitter's count at 3-1. Outfield playing very deep for the Tigers. To the right side and into the seats. So a good battle here between Darren Downs and Nate Fryman.
So Alex Avila called a breaking pitch earlier on 3-2, and we just saw the hard slider down and in to Perino. On 2-2, here comes something inside.
And it was a little up. Fryman chased it, and that's another strikeout. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th inning.
You can see Avila move inside, and Although it was up in the zone, it still had the wrinkle to it, and that's why Fryman couldn't catch up.
So Lowry steps in with 2 outs. Lowry's 1 for 4. Kind of reminiscent of a game from last year, Ray, where just always had that feeling that the A's were going to win, especially at home next year. But they also weren't afraid to strike out a lot, which they did last year. Didn't hold them back offensively. Slider stays high.
So 3 consecutive batters that Downs has gone 2-0, but has come back to strike out both. And then you notice the A's dugout, all those players standing ready to celebrate a walk-off. You know, they're getting ready. You know, sitting there. Nakajima, just don't hurt your hamstring, and Rosie, don't hurt your intercostal muscle. A couple of guys on the DL.
We need a non-intercostal celebration. Right field, Torrey Hunter tracks it down, side retired. To the 11th, we are still tied at 3.
Brett Anderson against the hard-throwing right-hander Justin Verlander. Coverage begins at 12:30 with A's pregame live. Complete A's coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. The home of A's baseball is Comcast Sportsnet.
Sounded good.
And there it is for tomorrow. Justin Verlander, he with a new contract, and Brett Anderson, he of the ace of the ace. A couple of aces. So these guys are opening day starters, and they go head-to-head in the second game of the series tomorrow.
So that should be a fun one.
Yeah.
New pitcher is Jerry Blevins for the Athletics. Blevins facing fielder Martinez and Avila. So 1 inning for Cook. Gives up a hit, nothing else. So pitcher number 5 tonight for the Athletics. Little fister, and that's going to drop. If you're Prince Fielder, that's a thing of beauty. So he has 4 hits, 2 singles, a double, and a 3-run homer.
This is swing hard, look to right, hit to left, but planted the front foot, kept the bat back, and he's got that big swing, and it just goes nowhere. Hustling in is Brandon Moss, who started the game at first base.
So that is hit number 11 for the Tigers, and this one is a leadoff single. It's just the second time in this ball game that the Tigers have had their leadoff man on an inning. And here's Victor Martinez. And he bounces one. Donaldson has it to second for 1, and that's a double play.
The cap we saw in Anaheim, how the Angels were struggling, and one Victor Martinez missed all of last season. If you're going to get him, now's the time to get him, because he is going to eventually be very good as he has been throughout his career. But this time, a tailor-made 5-4-3 double play. Josh Donaldson, excellent hands, great feed to second to Perino, and he completes the double play. So perfectly executed by the Athletics, and after a flare by the Prince, a double play by Victor. It's a great way to get 2 quick outs.
Here's Avila. So Victor Martinez is 0 for 5 tonight, and he is now 4 for 34 to start this season.
And even as a veteran hitter, it shows you how difficult it is to miss an entire season of competitive baseball and come back and jump right in. But his knees are healthy, and it's going to take a little time, but it is a long season. And Victor Martinez will have the numbers that he usually does.
Great slider. Chases the good slider.
And that's what Jerry Blevins makes him so effective, when he can throw the slider as hard as he just did there to lefty, because they see the ball coming out what looks like a straight, and then he gets the real good break on it sharply away from him. And I think after the ball that he hung to Josh Hamilton on the sac fly 0-2 curveball, everything since then has been thrown hard, even that one in the dirt.
Avila is 0 for 4. Couple of strikeouts. Blevins just trying to get the A's back in the dugout. And a good slider, and the count is even at 2-2.
And that's the one you want to duplicate. Throw it again, and you will be back in the dugout. Those are the 3 hitters coming up, due up in the bottom of the 11th. First extra inning game for the A's.
Swing and a miss. Beautiful slider by Blevins. He gets the big double play, finishes it with a strikeout, and we're on to the bottom of the 11th inning.
Presented by Xfinity and supported by the Contra Costa Times. Every Friday home game, you can get 4 Plaza level tickets, 4 Coliseum hot dogs, 4 medium Pepsis, and 4 bags of peanuts for only $50. Tickets are limited, so act fast. For more information and tickets, go to OaklandAthletics.com/Friday. How about a Friday family pack walk-off? First Friday of the season at home, extra innings.
Pretty good discussion going on here between Paul Nauert and Bob Melvin.
And probably about Alex Avila and Brandon Moss for the follow-through. Because the rule interpretation is probably discussed, and I think with Paul Nauert sees a replay, if he looks at it and sees that Alex Avila was blocking the ball in the dirt, put himself in line with the follow through by Brandon Moss. So it was an unintentional hit of Avila, plus he wasn't throwing anyway. And that's the rule interpretation, that if he interferes with the throwing. At least that's my interpretation. Eddie Montague, if you're listening.
Where is Eddie? We should get him down here.
He's already sent the rule book over to BI.
Forget the rule book. We want to talk to him.
He won't talk to us. Not on the air anyway. Eddie, one of the great supervisors of the umpires.
So Reddick, Cespedes, Moss against Darren Downs, who pitching into his second inning. First pitch is low. So we're getting a report on Coco Crisp. It's a strained left groin.
Don't like that. Anything to deal with the legs, anything to do with any part of the body, but for someone who relies and has great speed, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, groin can be a tricky one because baseball is a lot of quick movements and
hamstrings and groins and anything with the legs.
Reddick is 1 for 4, RBI single. He struck out a couple of times. Down around the knees for a strike, 2-1. It's a final in Anaheim. The Astros shut out the Angels 5-0. Bud Norris goes 7 innings to get his second win. So the Angels had just 4 hits in that game. They made a couple of errors, and they are now 2-8. They've lost 5 in a row.
And Kipe, we just showed Derek Norris the on deck circle. That is the spot for Cespedes.
Good call.
Which means that Cespedes' hand, something happened in his hand that he's not going to be able to swing the bat today, at least this at bat.
So we're going to have to keep an eye on this.
There is Derek Norris, the last position player other than Chris Young, who's in the DH role. There's Dominic, Big Dominic behind Derek Norris there, the big guy.
Big fella. Police officer, too.
Yes, he is. That's right. Look out for Dominic.
3-2 pitch. Way high. And that's a good start for the A's here in the 11th.
Well, the reason Cespedes perhaps is out of the game, he was attempting to steal, and the throw back to Prince Fielder and then to second base, and he rolled over, slammed his right hand to the ground right there, and then rolled over on his left hand and ended up on his knees holding both.
Well, it was strange because he really, he pounded both hands into the ground very hard.
But again, if Ballnard had allowed him to steal second, which he was doing on the follow through in the bat by Brandon Moss, that was been a moot point. His hands would be fine. It would have been attempting after being sent back. Jeff Jones out to visit with his left-hander, pitching coach for the Tigers. Nice thing about that extremely high pitch to Reddick, there was no temptation to swing at a close pitch. It was clearly a ball leaving the hands of Downs before it approached the plate, got to the plate, so Reddick taking it nicely. So we hope Cespedes is okay, along with Coco Crisp. But Derek Norris is the pitcher.
Reddick, the winning run. He's at first. Not close to Norris.
So you're saying end it here, so Derek Norris, you don't have to figure out where you're going to position him defensively.
You don't want to play Norris in center?
Oh, he could do it.
He could. Yeah, he'd be fine. Moss in the on-deck circle. Downs finds the strike zone with the fastball.
You know, Chip Hale, bench coach, Supreme for Bob Melvin, came in and said that, as we were talking about him in Anaheim, his mother said, we talked about you. So Chip said, I can't smile because I'm always busy. And now, right, he's trying to figure out who's going to play where. And that's why Chip Hale is busy with the skipper by him. That's what a good bench coach does.
One the count to Derek Norris. Sitting around for 3.5 hours, then you got to get it back. Not easy to do. Norris 6 for 15 on the year. He's got a couple of RBI.
Well, I'd say if this does go to inning number 12, John Jaso will find himself defensively other than behind the plate. Derek Norris will move in behind the plate. But A's hopeful that does not occur, that they can finish it here in the 11th inning.
Reddick has a decent lead at first. Bluff's going, and the pitch is low.
Bigger bite on the curveball, but while it started high, finished low, did not hit part of the plate according to Coronado.
Slightly open stance for Norris. And that one not close. And now it's 3-1. So Darren Downs looked like Sandy Koufax in the 10th inning. And here in the 11th, not so much.
Well, maybe a little concern about Josh Reddick, who had indicated he might think about running by moving off the bag. But before or at least the pitch to Norris, the one that bounced, looked like he tried a quick pitch for some reason. I don't know if he thought Reddick. I don't think Reddick's going to be running. It's a quick pitch, maybe forced him to jam the ball on the ground.
Foul territory, and it's going to be on top of the dugout. This was Cespedes in the 10th inning after he caught it. So that tells you that the left hand hurts.
Well, and it also, when he caught the ball with two hands, it says what too.
Exactly.
He used two hands to catch it, which outfielders should, but a lot of them don't. Usually use one hand.
So full count. Would Reddick take off?
He has to make sure the pitch goes to the plate if he does.
He does go, and it's fouled straight back.
See how quickly Downs is getting rid of the ball. He does not take any time.
Hey, Ray, I told you we'd get a text from Johnny Dasco.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, we got one. Thanks for the love, bro. He did say that Scherzer has a slightly better fastball than he does.
Yeah, slightly better fastball and smaller nose.
Reddick just kind of standing upright.
He took off on the previous 3-2 count, and boy, it's imperative that Norris make contact, put the ball in play if Reddick is going to be running, and hit the ball on the ground instead of a line drive that might cause a double play. Avila does get rid of the ball quickly.
Reddick pushed back to first.
That's almost a little league lead. 1 foot on the bag and stretching out. He is hardly getting any lead at all.
There is action out in the bullpen for the Tigers. 3-2 pitch is ripped foul. Brian Villarreal has been throwing for a while. Second time he's been up in this game.
As close as Cabrera is playing the third base, they usually, in this case with a right-handed batter, play the third baseman. Cabrera very close to the line, so if it's to his right, it's got to be foul. And he is just a couple of steps off the line. But it opens up a big hole between third and short, but they don't want to give the extra base hit to double down the line. So as a result, Cabrera is guarding the line. Prince Fielder holding the runner at first, so essentially he's doing the same thing.
So Norris taking a long look down. Set to go. He's not running this time, and the ball's hit high towards center. Jackson to his right into left center. He's got it, and that's out number one. So a very long at bat ends up with Derek Norris flying out to center field.
I threw him a 3-2 slider. Not really a sharp breaking slider, but enough for Derek Norris to get out in front and pop it up.
So Brandon Moss hits. He's looking for contact. 4 strikeouts, all swinging. Reddick has a little bit better lead now. The game in Seattle is a final. The Mariners beat the Rangers 3-1. Iwakuma over Darvish. So Texas falls to 7-4.
Iwakuma and Darvish. That means the press box was full.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. Torrey Hunter coming in quickly. He's got it for the second out. Do you think there were some interested people in Japan watching that game then? I agree. So Seattle with the win goes to 5-7. They had lost 3 in a row.
Number 5, John Jaso.
Well, the A is the only team not playing a division full. They're playing a Central Division team, which means the other 4 teams from the National American League West playing each other. He's just trying to win to keep the streak alive and pick up a game.
Shot on the ground. Santiago knocks it down, picks it up, side retired. The big question is, what is the A's defense going to look like when we come back? 3-3 as we head to the 12th. A's, Tigers. All right, so what do the A's do defensively? Well, they have put Chris Young in center field. Now, Chris Young was the designated hitter. So what does that mean, right?
That means the pitcher is hitting fourth in Cespedes' spot. Derek Norris pitched hit for Cespedes, and he is out of the game. And so Jerry Blevins will hit fourth. And Chris Young will move to center field and hit in his normal spot.
So what you're saying is, if you put your DH out in the field somewhere, you lose your DH completely for the rest of the game.
No DH for the rest of the game, right. And the pitcher will hit. And Jerry Polnar's telling the official score exactly what we're talking about, that Chris Young in center, and Jim Leyland came out also to get verification that that's what they were doing. Which
So there we go.
You don't see it often, very rare as a matter of fact, but at least the DH is another position player, and you always have that one to fall back on if you need it. And that just means the A pitcher is going to have to hit. The A's don't have any more position players to pinch hit for the pitcher.
And if you look at the A's lineup, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The cleanup spot is 7 spots away. So if you're Bob Melvin, you kind of see what he's saying. He goes, well, if we were to win it in the bottom of the 12th, you hope it would happen before you get to that spot.
Yeah. So the important thing for the A's, they do keep their good center fielder, and Chris Young, who is a center fielder, and he goes into center. He's not going to get a fly ball. Brandon Moss, maybe. Yep.
And Moss grabs it. So Peralta is retired. So 1 out here in the top of the 12th. That's Chris Resop. Jerry Blevins. A's trying to get 2 innings out of Blevins. Doolittle, Balfour, Cook, and Blevins so far out of the bullpen. Looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter.
Your attention, please.
Matt Tuiasosopo.
Ladies and gentlemen, for Detroit, batting for Don Kelly, number 18, Matt Tuiasosopo.
So Tuiasosopo is going to hit for Kelly.
These fans, Raider fans, thinking that it's the football player. Didn't he have his brother play football?
He did. So Tuiasosopo to hit here in the 12th. Tuiasosopo was with the Mariners organization for quite a while. Saw him a little bit in the big leagues. Santiago will be next.
Well, ideally, if Jerry Blevins could get 1, 2, 3 and get Tuiasosopo plus Santiago, don't have to worry about going back to top of the batting order, and the A's can finish it at the bottom of the 12th with the players they have on the field.
Changeup and a good one from Blevins.
Perfectly located outside corner, and you're right, pulled the string perfectly.
Tuiasosopo could not pull the trigger on that one, and it's a strike on the inside corner.
The cutter inside and almost like a foul tip. Started, tried to hold up his swing, but that was called a strike, I think, regardless of what the hitter did.
Blevins, he threw that one a little harder. Eighth at bat for Tuiasosopo. Benoit up throwing again for the Tigers. Full count.
I think he's been throwing to come in as the closer if the Tigers take the lead, and not really throwing that hard. Just getting ready in the event the Tigers take the lead.
Full count to Tuiasosopo. Just got a piece of it. May have swung at ball 4. It's that I can win the game with one swing of the bat theory, which is hard for a hitter not to think about. Or in this case, if you're the Tigers, I could give my team the lead. Swing and a miss. Hard slider. Second strikeout for Blevins.
Such a great pitch, lefty on righty, thinking away. Jaso moves in, hard breaking pitch inside, about hip high, but breaking sharply down. And a hitter sees it. When we talk about the back foot of a right-hander, left-hander throwing the back foot. Brett Anderson, one of the best at doing that. But this one elevated a little bit, but the fact that it was moving in, Tuiasosopo couldn't handle it.
Santiago to left field. Moss going back at the wall, and it is off the wall, and it's rolling back toward the infield. Santiago's going to end up at third with a triple.
You know how close that was to being a home run?
What did that hit? I tell you what, Ray. Where did that hit?
It looked like it hit just to the right of the out-of-town scoreboard. Or it's right at the in. I think it hit the edges of the out-of-town scoreboard.
Too?
Yeah.
Watch how close.
It's right. Yeah, it hit right up there.
Yep, it hit right up by the line that divides the two scores.
And that's the scoreboard, so it's not a home run. Because that scoreboard is in play. So right by the 5, as Brandon Moss went up, or actually higher than that, it went up high. But if it had gone to the side,
wow,
it's a home run. But just to the right, and just enough.
Unbelievable. A break for the Athletics.
And a break in the action with the right-hander coming in, but that's a huge break because when he hit it, just a little bit to the left, and that's a solo home run. And
so it goes as a triple. So Santiago's at third with 2 outs, and we got a pitching change. Hitting a go-ahead home run. Watch the upper part of your screen.
XCXMO, and we'll show you maybe the indentation in the white part of the sign as Brandon Moss goes up. No chance to jump that high, but there is a mark. And I think right next to the O.co logo, you're going to see as we zoom in, and we're going to show you the dot right
Look at that.
There.
Man.
That's the dot right there. That's how close it came to being a home run. 3 inches to the left.
Or 6 inches above.
That's right, because you have the yellow line or to the side. So Chris Resop trying to get a big out. And he has been very good for the Athletics. Good changeup, sharp slider, sinker. And Austin Jackson has had a good night himself. A couple of hits, 2 for 5.
So Resop kicks his first pitch. Up and in to Jackson. 12 hits now for the Tigers. So Santiago is at third. Donaldson, the third baseman, is playing just about even with the bag. Maybe a step or two back.
Well, there's always that possibility of a 2-out bunt attempt, and Jackson has the ability to do that, plus good speed.
Good fastball there, sinking down and in.
Now Donaldson can go back, because you think about Philadelphia a couple of years ago. A high chopper. Great sinker down there. 2011, the skipper's first half of the season. A high chopper over the third baseman resulted in a go-ahead run in the 9th inning. So, boy, it could go slider away after that great two-seamer down and in.
Well, Doolittle's former hitter, but he's out of the game.
Out of the game, yeah.
1-2 pitch, and that one was a little more hittable.
Yeah, didn't have the movement. Plus, he might have been looking for it. Jim Leland looking at probably what is a messy score lineup sheet. A lot of X's out, markouts of players who, and he knows the A's are out of position players.
Reesop is ready, 1-2. Towards center. Young going back. He should get there. He does. Side retired. Bottom of the 12th coming up. We're tied at 3. A special presentation of 4 broadcasters, Ken Cork, Vince Catrone, Ray Fosse, and myself. We're going to get together, talk about the game. And it's only on A's Post Game Live, also on 95.7 The Game. And it's after the game. We'll have a lot to talk about. At least 12 innings worth. It's the bottom of the 12th. 3-3 game. So the A's watched Santiago's ball just miss going out of the park. Tigers probably don't really want to hear about that. Ryan Villarreal comes in for his 4th appearance.
Well, the A's have a chance to get this guy. He's a hard thrower. 94, 98. 2-4. Seeing fastball with a slider. So sit on the 98 heater and turn it around with a walk-off. So he has Sopo stays in the game.
So Young to lead it off, followed by Donaldson and Perino. Villarreal kicks his first pitch, is 94-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Chris Young came in the game for Seth Smith. He pinch hit in the 7th inning. Relief pitcher number 4. Smiley went 2 1/3. Dotel went 2/3. Darren Downs went 2 innings. And now Villarreal. Young got that fastball, 95 miles an hour, fouled it back. So 1-2 the count. Tigers still have Phil Koch, Joaquin Benoit, and Al Albuquerque in their bullpen. Slider, a high slider, strike 3 called. Young can't believe it. Strikeout number 17 for the A's.
Boy, a little drop down and a hard slider, and bumped the knees a little bit of Chris Young as he saw the hard slider come in. Get a 94, 95 fastball, and here comes the slider. That's tough to stay in on it.
So 1 out for Donaldson. Donaldson had a big double in the 7th inning. Later scored on the single by Crispin. That tied the game. Donaldson also has hit 3 fly balls. This one to right field. That's hit well down the line, and it is gone. Wow. Donaldson wins it in the 12th.
Oh, wow. They don't even hammer them at home plate. They run through the tunnel at the plate. That was amazing to see that. But you know, just like Prince Fielder went to the opposite field with his home run, that's simply a power pitcher providing the power for Josh Donaldson to go opposite field with his. Unbelievable.
So it took a while, but the A's walk off here in game 1 of the series. And here it is.
Fastball, middle of the plate in, and he just hit it hard, almost like he was looking to left field. And he realized it was to right field. And he ran hard, and he did it. That's great. What a beautiful sight. Get it over with. And he did. With 1 swing of the bat. Just inside the line. And there's the tunnel at home plate. Actually, it makes it very nice for a guy when he has a walk-off. They don't have to worry about getting pounded at the plate. Just run through the tunnel.
Home runs have been the big story for the A's in the early going, and they win a game on a home run tonight. Their 9th consecutive win, so the A's are now 9-2 on the year. So, bottom of the 12th, the magic inning for the Athletics. It was Josh Donaldson. You said it, Ray, a very hard thrower. Yeah. So just get the meat of the bat on it, and he did that, and he went the other way. But you could tell right when he hit it that he had hit it well.
Exactly.
It was just a matter, was it going to stay fair?
He has the power to do exactly what he did. But I think what you said after the inning was over, before the A's hit, and it's appropriate. The A's had an 8-game winning streak. Santiago is just that close to being a home run, and those things happen.
Indeed. But Josh Donaldson is downstairs. Josh, congratulations on a walk-off. What did you think? You hit it well, obviously, but it was going the other way. What were you thinking right after you made contact?
I thought I was about to get it.
You think you're going to get it?
No, I didn't know if I hit it well enough or not. I mean, White field's pretty deep here. I was just trying to watch it. Hopefully it would go.
Yeah, you're
What's going on?
That's what you were looking for, and that's what I said. Did you get it? Not that you hit the home run, but
yeah, this is fun, isn't it? Huh?
That's great.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome, man. I can't believe it happened.
But Josh, you were talking about it. We were talking about Billy Real comes in and throws 94, 95, and when you swung, the pitch actually was kind of middle plate in, and it almost looked like you were looking to left field, and then the ball went out to right field. I think he's done. Jeez.
Okay, I'm back.
He's hanging there for us. We appreciate it, Josh.
Hey, I mean, he's throwing pretty hard. You know, I was just trying to get a good pitch. I didn't know if he was going to try to throw the fastball or not. But, you know, I was trying to be ready for it and, you know, hit it pretty good.
Now, Josh, how about what happened at the top of the inning? You haven't seen the replay, but wait till you see the replay on how close Santiago's ball was to going out. About
I mean,
3
I know
inches.
it looked really close.
Yeah, about 3
I didn't hear the sound.
So, you know, that's kind of what happens when you got a team that has won 8 in a row, now 9 in a row. You catch a break now and then, but it was just a couple of inches, and then you step up and you go the other way. So you guys are certainly playing with a lot of confidence, and things are going your way.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
All right, we appreciate it. So Josh Donaldson got a fastball, goes the other way, and as we told Josh what happened in the top of the inning, he knew it was close too. He watched the Santiago ball, but when it's all said and done, how close the home run didn't go. The A's get the home run, and they have now won 9 in a row.
That is amazing. And to play their first extra inning game, and you think what the Orioles did last year, the A's had a phenomenal season. The Orioles won a lot of one-run extra inning games, and the A's, their first Friday night at home. Great crowd on hand tonight, expected also for the weekend against a very tough Tigers team. But what the pitching did, and Colon gave up the 3-run home run. I didn't have one walk all night. A's pitchers. So, I mean, they were getting strikeouts, and the Tigers putting the ball in play, but the A's pitchers were making the pitches. And that was the important thing, that the A's pitchers kept the Tigers hitters down after Prince Fielder hit the 3-run home run. And couldn't have been better. It's just, and you know, we did something. We interviewed Brandon Moss twice, back-to-back games. Josh Donaldson was our guest last night.
That's right. Good call. Hey, you get in a wrestling match with the A's bullpen, and you're probably going to lose. And that was a big part of the game tonight. Right. So the A's win it in exciting fashion. A walk-off home run by Josh Donaldson. He goes the other way. Hooks it inside the right field foul pole. And the A's win the game 4-3, and they do it in 12 innings. Well, you've been watching Oakland A's baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California. Don't go away. A's Postgame Live with Scott Reese and Bip Roberts. They're all set to break this one down. 4-3. A's win it. Don't forget about the A-Team. That's coming up as well. We'll see you in just a little bit.